Welcome, everyone, to the live after show of our new documentary, Stealing Souls. It's actually still airing right now on our channel. We have. It's still airing, like right now as we speak. The credits are rolling. Um, but it's so exciting to publish this documentary after about a year and a half working on this specific film. Um, and as I said during the premiere of the entire doc, and as some of you were watching, um, we actually don't get paid to make this, which is weird. Um, so normally ad revenue goes towards helping us make more films on the show and more educational episodes. But for this one, because we're talking about conversion therapy and because it got flagged by YouTube, that means YouTube still puts ads on it, but we don't get the ad revenue from it. So YouTube makes a bunch of money for hosting this video for us, and then we make absolutely nothing, which is just wonderful. Because I'll get into some of the specifics of how difficult this film was to make. But I just want to quickly remind you, because of all those complications, because of how difficult it is to make a film like this, and how much budget went into making this film. We sadly, because of ad revenue not being there, we have to ask for your help in making films like this. We have to ask for your donations and super chats on the after show here. So the entire broadcast tonight, we're going to have super chats available in the chat so you can ask questions, and you can ask all you want there. But super chats are available to help us support this film and our educational episodes in the future. You can also go right now and get the Stealing Souls documentary official t-shirt, which is available right now on the PBR merchandise store for a limited time. That's only going to be available for about the next couple days here in June. So if you want to support this documentary, please go over and check out that new design. Actually, I can pull it up here for you. The new design for that specific t-shirt. It's all the way at the bottom, I know. Here's the new design. Conversion therapy is stealing souls. To learn more, go to prideclassroom.com, and on the back of it, it has Stealing Souls documentary powered rainbows. It's a very basic design, but it does help us make this documentary, and you can get it in multiple colors, all different sizes. All of this information is available right now to you on our PBR merchandise store. So now that the documentary is officially over, so we're going to close off that just for a second here. Welcome to the after show, everyone. Just in case you're just joining us for this, because that just ended like a second ago, I'm going to quickly recap what I just said, because we kind of tend to start these things a little bit early. But once again, all your support does definitely help in making films like this, because, again, YouTube is being a pain in the butt tonight, and we've been struggling for the past week and a half to 2 weeks trying to get monetization on that documentary, because YouTube's like, hey, it's about conversion therapy, we don't want to make ad revenue off of that, yet they're willing to put ads on it, they're willing to make the money, but the people that actually go through the hard work of making the documentary, no, you're not allowed to make ad revenue because it's about conversion therapy. And the weird part is, these conversion therapy camps are able to put their propaganda, their videos on YouTube just fine. And yet there's ads on their videos, which we had to watch in order to get to their videos. So it's like these anti-LGBTQ groups are able to put ads on their videos, and yet we're not allowed to put ads on our conversion therapy documentary about shutting them down. That's absolute bullcrap, So, yes, you did just watch our film on YouTube, but YouTube YouTube will allow our film on their site, but it just won't allow us to make ad revenue off of it, which is complete bullcrap. Because we went to an awful lot of hard work, as you're about to hear all about in tonight's after show. By the way, in the after show, super chats are available, but if you have any questions about the film itself or any of our other episodes coming out in June of this year, please do ask away. Also, Rebellious Pastry, did you see your name at the end of the film there? That was we decided to add all of our helpers to the end credits of the film. So, I hope you saw that. If you didn't, go back and watch it. The credits, it's yeah. So basically, for about a year and a half, we've been working on this film, and yeah, we don't allow that kind of crap. Oh, thank you for dealing with that. Yeah, Trump is going to hell, because so during the film we even mentioned how Trump gave an award to the founder of Focus on the Family. He gave an award to James Dobson for pushing kids to suicide. So Trump openly supported, and Mike Pence openly supported, pushing kids to suicide, which is absolutely just gross. So yeah. Yeah. So Sonny, how long did it take you to make this? So basically, we've been working on episodes all year round, but so it wasn't a full year working just on this film. We spent probably about, well, I mean, you have to understand, our writers and producers on the show, as well as myself, during the research of other episodes of other projects, we don't just look at the little evidence that we need for that episode. We read through all of these articles, and we come up with all of this research for multiple episodes. There's a lot of times on the show where we come up with another topic idea from our research from another episode. You know, all of a sudden we'll start reading through an article and be like, oh wait, this paragraph right here reminds me that would be a great topic for another episode, you know, and we'll just keep piling on that. But with a conversion therapy documentary, our writers and producers have been diligently working for a year now, trying to come up with evidence and the scientific studies and all of the different facts that we needed for this, the footage that we needed for this. So during their research and my research of other topics, we would come across another film or some sort of interview with a homophobe, or some sort of interview with Matthew, who runs the Born Perfect project, which is fighting to end conversion therapy. We would come across these interviews and other videos done on this during our research for other completely different separate projects, and every time they would come up with some sort of fact or article on this, they would send it to my inbox, and they're like, hey, I know you're... So basically the way the process works is I tell my writers what documentaries we're going to be working on in the next couple years, and they'll start sharing all of their research on those topics. So, for instance, right now, we're working on another documentary called Last Night at Stonewall, and our... we just aired a documentary tonight, and we're already working on the next one. But probably about 6 months ago, we started collecting research for that other project for Stonewall. And that's sort of the way it goes for a little bit until it gets time to script that episode out. And so what was really weird was about 3 weeks ago or so, when you guys were seeing me breaking up with my ex-boyfriend now, the same time that was happening, I was scripting out this documentary and doing the final talking head of this documentary. So a talking head is what you see basically right now, where I was in my TV studio down in my actual TV studio. This is my office. But A talking head is when I was talking to the camera with my teleprompter and I was stating all the facts that I needed to state for the documentary to be edited from. So we already had all the footage probably about a month and a half ago for this, besides that one final talking head of me giving the last facts to the camera so that we can edit those in. And then I spent 70 plus hours watching conversion therapy propaganda. It was the most grueling 2 weeks of my life, by far. It was absolutely horrendous, watching through hours upon hours of just complete bogus information, complete nonsense. And the sad part is, I'm watching it as an activist. I'm watching it fully knowing how false all this information is. I'm watching it knowing the facts that I know from my research, but I can see how it works. Like, I'm watching through this footage in my editing bay here, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm putting myself in the position of a child or a parent who does not know the information that I know as an activist, who does not have the research and the time invested into this as we do, as our team of 12 people working for this show have. Like, I'm putting myself in that position going, holy crap, this is so wrong, but it's worded in a way that makes you think that it's all right. It's worded so carefully that makes you think, wow, these people really know what they're talking about. Because here's the thing. With all the propaganda that they give, they come across as therapists, like they're licensed to practice conversion therapy, reparative therapy, aversion therapy, all these things, right? And yet that's not how it works. So basically, in the documentary, we tried to get into it as much as we could, where basically you go to college and you're given a license for therapy in general. You're a therapist, a general practitioner, basically, right? It's basically like you go to college to be a doctor. You're given a PhD of, just general being a doctor, and then you're trying to be a brain surgeon. Like, no, that's not how it works. Like, you're given a general license, and now you're trying to go into a specific type. You're when you're a conversion therapy practitioner, you have a general license as a therapist, and then what these therapists do is they just choose to push kids to suicide. They choose, well, rather than trying to help people and follow the oath that I took as a therapist, I'm going to try to push kids to suicide. And that's what they literally choose to do as therapists. And it's really sad, but all of their propaganda is very effective. And as sad as it is for me to watch through it, knowing the numbers I know, that they bring in over $250 million per year just in the top 18 hate groups in the country, it works. Like, this propaganda works. They have the money to sponsor videos. They have the money to put ads on all of our videos if we didn't ban them first. That they have the money to target groups like us. They have the money to put out full documentaries on their own, however many times they want to a year, because they have the money to produce it all. And yet, it works. It works. And I'm watching this footage completely heartbroken. And that, again, was right around the time when I was editing this documentary, was right around the time that I broke up with my ex, and it was a very traumatic week or so. And then after that was over, the way that a documentary is made, we kind of clip out certain parts that are really important. We traveled a little bit to go get a couple shots. Um, we also found conversion therapy camps, which is way more difficult than you might assume. Like you assume you can just put in where's a conversion therapy camp at around me, but truly, getting anyone that's gone through conversion therapy, they're so terrified to bring back those horrible moments in their life that it's hard to get these people to talk about it, um, let alone speak up and say, "Here's where I went through it. Here's the facility." You know. Eventually, we found two places that actually practice conversion therapy, and we found them online. We found pictures of these places, and they're just typical office buildings. You would never assume literal war crimes and torture was happening inside them in the middle of New York. You know, like you would never assume that building was practicing torture. They look so innocent from the outside, and that was the main point of this film. We wanted to show, even in our intro sequence, which had the whole thing with these like beautiful pictures of the camp turning upside down. And so what that's supposed to symbolize, by the way, it's why it's my favorite intro I've ever done on any film I've ever worked for, is because in the beginning of the film, you hear my life story. You hear how close I was to conversion therapy, how lucky I was not to go through it. And you hear even a part of my life went through conversion therapy, because I was in church and school, and I told you the story how when I was in school, I was given this whole speech on how being homosexual was a sin in the eyes of the Lord, and yet now I know better, and now I know that that priest didn't even read the scripture that he was speaking from. But back then, it was a small amount of conversion therapy I went through, and that one speech held me back from coming out for years for my life. And that's what these people want. They want you to be unhappy being LGBTQ. And they want to push you to suicide. And for a lot of people, that little conversation is not all they get. They go through a lot more, a monumental amount of torture and therapy more than just that. And so I know I'm incredibly lucky that I only went through that little bit of it. But then all of a sudden the film goes to this screen where you're shown pictures of a nice summer camp, so beautiful. And that's literally the pictures that we've shown in that intro sequence are pictures that conversion therapy camps share on their social media with propaganda. They're like, look at how beautiful our camp is. How horrible must our camp be if this is how beautiful it is? Like, we have swings, we have a bounce ride thing, a bouncy thing on the water in our lake. Look at how beautiful it is. Come here. That's worth $35,000 per week, right? You know, not knowing you literally get tortured and you get electrocuted, you get lobotomies, you get the worst forms of torture imaginable, and kids fall for it, and parents fall for it, because as Matthew said in the film, the founder of Born Perfect, it's not like these places advertise the fact that they're conversion therapy. It's not like they advertise the fact that they're hate groups in America, right? And so they advertise themselves of, we will help your child go through this. We will help your child. Look at how beautiful our camp is that you're sending your kid to. It's basically like a summer camp. That's what they advertise. And so with those pictures, I wanted to show how innocent they look, but how menacing they actually are inside. So behind the pretty pictures on the outside of these places, how terrible it actually is on the inside. So that's why we made the intro for this thing basically turn all of those pictures upside down. We were turning their conversion therapy world on its head. We were turning their pretty pictures upside down and showing how truly terrible these places are. And that's why I love that intro so much, because it showcases that in a film. And so um, we spent a good 2 weeks. Oh, no, I'm sorry. With the team, probably I spent a full week reviewing all of the propaganda from these conversion therapy camps, and then I spent um, the day. It was weird. The day I broke up with my ex-boyfriend, I recorded the last talking head, where literally the last thing I had to record for this documentary was the quote from the suicide note of someone who committed suicide as a child after conversion therapy. That was the final thing I had to record, and I recorded it at the worst possible day I could have. But right after that, I spent a good 7 days editing this film straight. So 7 8-hour days I spent here editing that full documentary, and finally it was ready, and then we put it on YouTube for YouTube to check through for any copyright situations. And then YouTube decided a couple days later, hey, you're talking about conversion therapy, we're not going to give you ad revenue. So we've been fighting with YouTube for a good I've been fighting with YouTube for a good week and a half now. Emailing everyone I could. I've been fighting with them back and forth all the time, filing disputes, and I'm like, yeah. So it's been a rough time making this film. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yeah, I literally spent about a week and a half, 2 weeks looking at conversion therapy propaganda before the breakup, and writing scripts that would end up being portions of this. Because what you don't realize is when I'm talking on camera in this film, it was actually recorded all over the place during different recording sessions for other episodes, because I would always get through a portion of the edit and go, oh, it'd be really nice to like have a little talking head here to explain that a little bit better, So there was always times when I was recording another episode that you're about to see later on in June. I would be like, all right, let me just add on to the end of that script with a little clip for this documentary, let me just record that extra little bit right now today. And so it was actually recorded over the course of a good month and a half or so, month and a half. But yeah, so the final thing was recorded the day of the breakup, and then the next 7 days was spent fully in the office editing here the final bits. And so during the premiere of the film, some people started asking about the music that we chose. Truthfully, I tried to pick as middle of the ground music as I could, because I didn't want there to be all these very, very sad music tracks behind the film, because I truly didn't mean to make this film to make people sad or to cry. Like I said in the film, I don't want to make people cry. I don't want to make people sad about this. I want it to bring change, most importantly. And so while I'm talking about some of the darkest things I've ever talked about on the show, I wanted to not give very uplifting music, but I didn't want to give really sad music either. I tried to pick middle of the ground music. And typically for a film like this, we would put just stock tracks below, stock music tracks below all of my talking, and below the whole film, and I would end up giving that edit to a composer and saying, hey, here's sort of what I was thinking, but you can watch the film yourself and make whatever decisions you want to make. Create a soundtrack. We would typically hire a composer and say, create a soundtrack for this film, and that cost quite a bit of money to do, but it also is typically a process that takes a good 2-3 months to complete, just in music alone, um, which is why documentaries only come out once a year, typically by a production company, and that's typically the only thing they're working on. They're typically not trying to make 150 episodes a year like we are here, and they're typically not already working on the next documentary, which is set to actually air at the end of June. We didn't really tell anyone that part, and this isn't an official announcement of any kind. I'm not 100% certain it's going to come out for the end of June. I know we're working on it very, very, very diligently behind the scenes, and we might end up broadcasting it at the end of June, which would be crazy. But typically, these documentaries take a year or more to make when it's your only thing to work on, let alone we're trying to run a TV show weekly here and put out 3 episodes a week, so we didn't have that kind of time to hire a composer, and because of YouTube ad revenue being taken away on us, we didn't even have the money to do that, even if we wanted to. So it was definitely a difficult process to make this film. This was one of the more difficult films I've made psychologically on me, because watching all through this, all this, like, way more propaganda than what you've seen, I know for a fact that it works, and I can see how it works, because these people pose as experts, but they're not experts, is this the same day as the stream of yours, Rebellious? Yes. So I was literally in the studio recording the final talking head while I'm watching Rebellious Pastries live stream. Yeah, that was interesting. Have you ever heard of Love, Victor on Hulu? It's so good. Season 2 comes out on June 11th. I have heard of that. I've watched like the trailers and stuff of that. I don't have Hulu personally, which I should get, because I love that. But we just included Love, Victor's coming out section in our coming out videos special that just released last week, our top 9 coming out scenes in TV and film history, so that's included in there. Take a break, dude, please. I wish I can have a break. So right before the premiere tonight, I was editing the final bit of audio I was mixing it, which is the final process of making a film. But I was mixing all the audio for a musical, and the musical is called Something Rotten. We were filming it for a local high school, and so I just got done 2 weeks of, on top of making documentaries, I literally spend 8 hours a day in the office editing documentaries and the show here, and after that I spend a good another probably 4 to 5 hours for the past couple weeks here editing musicals for high schools. So there are very long days. So June 1st, when we had our live stream on June 1st, I spent a good 12 hours before that announcement video and live stream. At midnight, I spent a good 12 hours editing another musical called Into the Woods by another local high school. So, I mean, about, 3 weeks ago now, I filmed 4 musicals, and I've edited through all 4 of them now, and just finished up editing the last one moments before the premiere aired. So I'm literally editing back and forth, as much as I can right now. And then, tomorrow, tomorrow we go to another location to scout it out for next week's production. And Friday, there's another graduation that we're filming. Saturday and Sunday of this week, we are filming more episodes for the end of June. They're not really scripted yet, but we're going to film them this weekend. We have to film them this weekend Then Monday, all the equipment gets packed up in our TV studio. What you don't realize is the TV studio that you see on the show normally, um, that's all equipment that we use for my production company on the road too. So all of that, it's weird. I'll have to take on a tour sometime in the studio. But on the floor of the studio and on the ceiling, we have all these pieces of tape to label where all of the stands go, and we have a whole sheet of measurements of like the tripod is up this high off the floor, all this information we have we have to go through every time we set up the studio for a show. That way the show looks the same from one episode to the next, but in the meantime between those episodes, you don't know, the equipment was all taken out of our TV studio and it went on the road to make another production for some other company or school or organization, and then it came back, was set up again for the show, and it's hectic sometimes. So yeah, we have 2 days of filming before all of that equipment has to be packed up on Monday. Tuesday we have a graduation we're filming live, and literally that graduation has to be edited overnight. So I have to film a graduation at 7 o'clock on Tuesday, and then it has to be edited literally overnight. I do not get sleep that night, and it has to be online for the next morning, ready to go for the school. So, yeah, we have very long days in our production world, and that's just how it goes for us. But the and then sometimes when you're recording, your like mom for Rebellious Pastry comes in and ruins your recording session. There are times when my dad's just like, or a car will go by outside the studio because it's not soundproofed yet, and it will just interrupt a really good take. Because I rehearse all of the speeches, but it's sometimes like a car goes by and it's like, great, that just ruined the perfect take of this line. Or my dad will come down and be like, hey, by the way, this happened, or like, oh, we have to go to dinner with your sister or something like that. And I'm like, awesome. I was in the middle of the recording. Can we wait until the end of the session? Can you wait until I stop talking to like? Yeah. So it's very difficult. It's a process. Eventually, you can figure it out. Just have faith in yourself. You can do it. Honestly, the show over the years has been something that I have been figuring out slowly but surely. Sometimes people condemn the show for my use of the same graphics over and over again. Of like, you can tell anytime we have tips or tricks on the show, the graphic on the bottom of the screen will go tip number 1, and this line will appear on the bottom of the screen. And it's like, yeah, we use that same graphic for all of our tips, top 10 tips or top whatever tips. We use that same graphic. We use the same lower third graphic for my name to appear at the beginning of every video. It's like, yeah, we do have stock graphics for the show, but if we didn't have that, like, oh my god, you don't realize making the graphics package for this show takes a week by itself every season. So when we create a graphics package, we have a lower third, we have everything we're going to need for the whole year, and then we start making a season. So thanks for joining us, Emo Turtle. But yeah, it's like we've sort of figured it out over. This is season 4 of the show, and we're like halfway through season 4 because it's June. So we go from February 5th until December 31st of every year. So and weekly episodes, sometimes 3 episodes a week in June. But yeah, when you're making 150 episodes a year, you have to come up with some sort of process for it in order to make it able to happen. If you have any questions for us about the documentary or anything else, let us know. I'm here to answer all of them. I feel your pain, Matt. All the freaking moving of the equipment, yeah. I'm so confused with my gender and sexuality. I know I like guys, but then I start feeling dysphoric and I feel like a girl now. I'm not sure. It's okay to take some time to figure it out, too. I mean, there's no rush or deadline to come out as a certain thing, or like when we talk about our 94 pride flags, it's to give you an idea of what these pride flags mean. It doesn't mean you have to put a label on it right now and right here. It's not like that. You can wait as long as you want. You can be like, hey, this is how I'm feeling right now, and that's just how I am, you know? Like, I'm just going to go with the flow. I don't want to put a label on it, you know? Just because I exclusively am attracted to men doesn't mean I have to label myself as being gay. That's not how it works. But for a lot of my life, it's now it, especially now being a TV show host, it's a lot easier to explain to people. Like, saying I'm gay is a lot easier than saying here's how it works. You know, people understand that way more. So the labels are something that you don't have to address yourself as a certain label at any certain time. There's no deadline on that, and there's no one saying you have to label things. But at the same time, it's like, I find it personally easier to explain that rather than, hey, I'm attracted to guys, and here's how I am attracted to guys. Hey Matt, I love your videos. I recently realized that I was gay. I thought I was bisexual, but as time went on, I began to realize that I was actually gay. So did I, honestly. I thought I was attracted to girls for a little bit there, but then I got a girlfriend and realized, I don't want to see that. This is just how it worked. As you saw in the documentary, I was very lucky that I got a girlfriend in high school, and I was very lucky that she was very vocal about our relationship, and so it covered over the fact that I was gay. She was nothing more than a cover girl and a good friend of mine at the time. And since I came out publicly, her and I have spoken at length about it, and we're good friends now, and she understands that, hey, that's just how it went. And she understands everything all the decisions that we made together. She understands, and she is appreciative of it. She doesn't regret the relationship, and nor do I. Conversion therapy shouldn't even be advocated for. You're right. Hey, YouTube, stop letting conversion therapy camps put their freaking propaganda on your website, okay? How about that? How about the fact that it wasn't hard at all for us to find the propaganda videos? How about that? I'm just saying, if we can find it with a couple searches on your website, probably isn't that hidden. So yeah, that's fun. Also, you should know the Nick Pelosi, or whatever his name was, Nicholas Pelosi, the guy in the documentary who said, "Oh, can you imagine if my son was gay?" You know, that guy. We're pretty sure that he died now, because on his website it says like all the proceeds of his books they're no longer sold on Amazon because Amazon banned conversion therapy propaganda. Amazon did it, but Google has yet to do that, by the way. But on his website, he still sells his books there, but all the proceeds go to his estate, which is kind of like saying that he's dead. I'm pretty sure. So there's that. So it's like, I mean, there's light at the end of the tunnel that this guy's not around anymore, but his son still practices. I think I'm about coming out as ace to my brother on the 10th. Awesome. Well, good luck. And if you want more help with that, we have an entire coming out advice series on our channel on the playlist tab. So check that out, and how to come out to family members and friends, and advice there on what to expect. We even have a video called tips on what to expect after coming out, because not a lot of people will talk about that. A lot of people talk about here's advice on how to actually come out. Here's how to say the words out loud, but then they never talk about what to expect after that. Like, what if it turns out good and they accept you? What if it turns out bad and they don't accept you? Here's how to deal with that. And so we have that video on our channel too. da, 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 da. It's fine, and internal homophobia is fine as long as you know now. Plus, I'm 100% sure you aren't as bad as those conversion therapy people. Yeah. Um, like I wasn't ever homophobic to myself. Um, truly, I knew that I was attracted to guys since I was 11 years old. With Alex and the story that's in the documentary, I just thought that I was bisexual for a long time, and I didn't really know what the word gay or bisexual was yet. So I just knew that I was attracted to both. I back then I knew I was attracted to men. I thought at the time I was attracted to women as well, because that's what the society wanted from me. So I was like, all right, I better be attracted to women too. Maybe that's the only way it works. And I didn't really know what the word gay was yet. So it wasn't so much homophobia. It was just a lack of knowledge, which is why our TV show exists. And it's why we push for our show to be shown in schools across the world, because people keep on saying, oh, well, you just turned trans because you thought it was cool on YouTube. No, here's the thing. People don't come out as gay or trans or bisexual or anything because YouTube or whatever resources push them that way. No, our resources here just educated them on what the terminology was. That's all we do. We're here to educate you on the terminology, and we're here to educate you on how to help you through that process of coming out, and how to deal with homophobic and transphobic people in your life. We're here to help you through that whole process, understand the history of our community, which is not taught in schools anywhere. We're here to teach you, yes, Jesus was bisexual. We're here to teach you the facts that in the Roman Empire, yeah, there was a Roman god of homosexuality. We're here to teach you that, hey, here's all about the Stonewall riots. Here's the history of conversion therapy if you've never heard it before. Like, we're here to teach you the science, the history, the literature, the education that you should have had in school. We're just here to teach you it now, and that's all we're here for. It's not pushing you to being gay or whatever agenda that they want to come up with. It's literally teaching you educational stuff, and I love when we hear the whole like gay agenda argument from homophobes. It's like, we don't have an agenda, we have education, compared to homophobes who have an agenda pushing kids to suicide. That's their goal, because they view that as better than being gay, which is really fucked up. In all honesty. How did you hear? Well, sorry, I'm trying to go in order here. It's fine. Hey, did you hear about the pan flag controversy? No, I didn't. What is that all about? The pansexual flag controversy? I don't know anything about that. I did hear yesterday first. So a while back we covered it on our show where we said, well, there was this guy named Rick Wiles who's a host of CBN News, which is a Christian broadcasting news agency. They're horribly homophobic and transphobic. They hardly ever tell the truth on their entire network, which really questions the fact that how are they able to call themselves a news network if they're never telling the truth. And so they did an entire segment back last year when COVID was ravaging New York City in the United States. They did an entire segment on CBN News with Rick Wiles as the host, celebrating the fact that a lawyer died from COVID because that lawyer worked at a law firm helping LGBTQ people, right? So the law firm is literally there to help LGBTQ people, with all sorts of different cases. And because this guy worked as a lawyer to help LGBTQ people, they celebrated his death of Christian Broadcasting Network news channel. And so we covered this as a news story on our show, It's one of the more popular episodes on our channel now, but so we actually showed the entire clip where Rick Wiles is celebrating this fact and going, you know, how dare he help the LGBTQ community? That's why he's dead now. Hold on. We're lagging a bit. Are we back now? Okay. I would never want to celebrate someone's death on my show, and if I ever become that person, then I'm not worthy of a TV show. But yesterday, I find out from the audience of you guys that Rick Wiles, and I researched it on my own, and it turns out to be true. Rick Wiles was just diagnosed with COVID-19 and is hospitalized now for it. And so while I'm not going to celebrate his hospitalization, I laughed a couple times when people were commenting really funny things about it on my channel, but I'm not going to celebrate it because anyone being in the hospital is not a good thing. But here's the thing. I find it ironic how, he's this horrible homophobe, and he kept on saying, you'll only get COVID if you're gay, and then he ends up getting COVID. So it's like, hey, Rick, who's gay? What was that again? But yeah, so that happened yesterday on June 1st. We also, by the way, if you're not aware, we purchased our I'll show it to you. Okay, I'll show you because this is too awesome not to share. We had purchased this yesterday. So this little Lego set. Lego just came out with Everyone is Awesome, LGBTQ Pride entire set for their Lego sets. We just purchased this yesterday. This is coming in the mail later this week or over the weekend. And we'll be doing a special live stream with hopefully Becca on the stream as well. We're hopefully going to be together doing that, but we're going to be building this entire Lego set on camera for all of you and doing a build session and a review of this Pride set with all of the different characters, 18 characters in all, I believe it said. And we're going to be just celebrating Pride with all of you. And also, this entire set kind of looks like the PBR set, if I'm being honest. So it's going to be kind of cool to have that in my office here, just as a miniature version of, so that's going to be kind of cool. But that is what we purchased yesterday for the show, as soon as it went on sale. And then we have a bunch more stuff that we have planned for June. We'll have a live stream again on June 12th for the Pulse Night of Remembrance. We'll have a bunch of live streams this month. We'll have a bunch of episodes. We have 25 plus episodes, plus we're doing live streams on top of that. So it's going to be a crazy month, y'all, okay? Our love is stronger than their hate. Yes, it is. Pastry is saying, just drawing flags. Yeah, I had to leave. Demi Lovato is non-binary. Not a fan, but so happy. Yes. I mean, even though I'm personally not a fan of Demi Lovato music too much myself, but it was really cool to see. It's really cool to see any kind of celebrity like that come out as any LGBTQ specifically, because it's like, well, it shows you representation that you're not the only one out there like that. And it shows you that it's normal, Years ago, even celebrities couldn't come out of the closet, and they would have to, hide that from the world while also putting out music or whatever they wanted to put out. And it's like, Nowadays, you can just come out and be like, this is who I am. And you show all of your fans, and even more than your fans, that, hey, this is normal, you know? Um, I, okay. I didn't get COVID. Um, I mean, here's the thing: getting the vaccine for COVID is completely your choice. I'm not gonna say one thing or the other. I will say that I've gotten Pfizer vaccine. We'll talk about that in an episode coming out next week. Called crawled. The episode is crawled. No, English, Matt. The episode is called Pride or Pandering, teaching you how to determine if a company or organization is actually supportive of the LGBTQ community, or if they are just pandering during Pride Month with their rainbow logos and stuff like that, so that way they can, make a whole bunch of money from our community that they end up giving to anti-LGBTQ groups. So that episode is coming out next week, and in that episode, we talk all about the Pfizer vaccine, because Pfizer is a huge supporter and gave millions of dollars to support the Equality Act, which helps LGBTQ people. And that's why I decided when I was getting a vaccine, that was the vaccine I wanted, because I wanted to support the company that supports equality. I wanted to support the company, even though I wasn't personally paying for it, I wanted to support the company that supports LGBTQ people. So we talk about that in the episode. As well as everything we own for our company. We don't ever buy a camera or a computer or anything before we look into, does that company support LGBTQ rights? So there's no piece of equipment we own that we haven't thought about who supports LGBTQ or not, because I don't want, even if it's the best piece of equipment for the job, I don't want that camera in my studio, because it means I financially help support an anti-LGBTQ group. So it means a lot to me to know that everything I own is supportive, but so we talk about that as well. Sam Smith is non-binary, you're right. Yeah. They are really cool, by the way. I love Sam Smith music. Although I'm a Troye Sivan and Grayson Chance man for life. I love those two making gay music, but I definitely do love me some Sam Smith music. Now I am drawing the demisexual flag with Demro flags. Awesome. I'm also demisexual too. So that's the thing. No, Matt. I got the vaccine, but I'm talking about that dude that said only gays get COVID. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, sorry. Misunderstood you. Yeah, it was kind of weird. But I bet he's wishing for the vaccine right about now, isn't he? You're getting your first dose of the vaccine tomorrow. Awesome. Good for you. Is Pfizer have vaccine for people ages 12 plus? I'm not a doctor. I don't know that yet. Once I got here, you have to understand, once I got the vaccine, I stopped following all of the COVID news. Because you have to understand, for me, it's been, as a news reporter, I've been following the COVID pandemic since day one. Literally day 2 of the pandemic, we were already announcing that we would be doing a virtual talent show for kids in our area for our company, because typically we go from school to school and film all these musicals and graduations and stuff, and we knew that none of those kids would have their musical this year or last year in 2020. We knew all these musicals were going to get canceled because you couldn't have live events. And rather than just sitting on our hands doing nothing, by day 2 of the pandemic, my company decided we were going to hold a virtual talent show and have all the kids submit videos to us, where we can showcase them on one of our videos on our main company website, and that way they still got to show off their talents somewhere, you know. All the hard work they had in preparing their music for that musical wasn't going to go to waste. So we were already thinking ahead like that, and since that, we were covering COVID news every week on that other show where we talked about news every week. And it gets so depressing to keep talking about how many people died, how many people get COVID. Like, after a year of that, it's like, I'm sorry, I got the COVID vaccine now, and I'm back to doing events, and I'm back to, I'm sort of back to a normal life, but now I also have a YouTube channel that's, helping a lot of people. So that just added to my stress, but it's also like, so I stopped following the news. I stopped watching the MSNBCs and the CNNs, and I'm just like, I'm tired of seeing that counter on the screen, counting all the deaths and number of COVID cases worldwide. I'm tired of seeing that, So I really, anytime it talks about the vaccine being, like, of course, anytime Pennsylvania or the United States government lifts some restrictions or something like that, my company is following all COVID mandates all the time, which we have to by law, but also we're all about safety. But it's also like, hey, besides those regulations that come out, I tune out of it. I'm really sorry, because like I don't follow it. So I don't really know what age group they're giving the vaccine to right now. I know my age group got it at 28 years old. I need to finish my Rainbow Factory build in Minecraft after this. Oh, awesome. Rainbow Factory. That sounds awesome. Well, when you get done your Rainbow Factory, you can tweet us a picture at Powered Rainbows, or all of the links for our Twitter, our Facebook, our Discord channel are all in the description of this video. So definitely send us a screenshot, because we'd love to see Rainbow Factories and Rainbow stuff. We even had someone send us videos of a Pride roller coaster they made in Minecraft. They made Burn the Homophobes Mountain, where we literally have a statue of a homophobe on a mountain of, what is it? Netherrack that's just on fire. And so there's a bunch of that kind of stuff on the Discord. So feel free to share all that with us. Professor Pride, do you have any good book? Professor Pride, do you have any book recommendations about LGBTQ history? Oh my God, yes. I'm glad you brought up that question. I actually just have it out right now. I was reading it as the premiere was happening. I'm like, well, I've seen the conversion therapy documentary enough to know what's about to come up, and so I'm like, I don't need to watch it again, because I get sad. But I was reading Queer History of United States by Michael Bronsky, a great book. As you can tell, I have quite a number of notes that end up making episodes of the show out of it. But this is a fantastic book. It's available on Amazon. There's a lot of great books about the history, but right now this is the one that I'm mostly getting into. I really do need to, like, on the website for Pride Classroom, I'll really need to, when Pride Month is over and I have more time, I'll have to come up with a list of, I'll have to come up with a list of, like, reading recommendations for, like, LGBTQ literature or authors you can read from, such as Moby Dick. Moby Dick was written about a gay storyline. Like, holy crap. Anyway, so, like, we'll have to come up with a reading list of, like, good literature stuff you can read, good history books you can read, and good science books you can read, all sorts of different stuff. We'll have to come up with that. if that's something y'all are interested in. But um, you can't pray the gay away. True. Happy Pride. Well, happy Pride to you as well, Alexa. Matt's last stream. Ooh, Connor Franta, give me some of that. Yes. Connor Franta is putting out a book of poetry, and I so want it, but I'm also poor, so, you know, oh well. I have my LGBTQ history books to read. But I absolutely love Connor Franta's videos, though. Plus, I'm saving up for the tour, because we're going on tour, and it's really awesome. So I get to meet all of you beautiful people in person at Pride events, and different events, and furry conventions, and all this stuff. So yes, they are opening up some things right now. There are going to be some Pride parades, but there are other ones. The bigger ones have canceled because it takes too much time to plan those, and they haven't had time since the regulations were lifted. But other ones are definitely happening, like the Pottsville Pride event that was broadcasted live last year on this channel. That's happening again in July, and we're going to be broadcasting that. There's Allentown, like the ones near sort of where our offices are. There's a lot happening, but yeah, I love going to Pride events. So I'll go to as many of them as possible. I know right now we are scheduled officially to be at the Pottsville Pride event, at the Reading Pride Festival in Reading, PA. So if you happen to be at one of those or other ones, you are going to see us in person. You died in Fortnite, but hey, at least now I can chat. Sorry you died in Fortnite. Polaroid always looked like a pride flag to me. Yeah, that's the really cool part about Polaroid, is because they're already like a rainbow, and we get to hide it that way. So if you're closeted, you can get like Polaroid stuff, and then like, oh yeah, it's also a pride flag, but no one else has to know that. Everyone else thinks it's just a Polaroid camera, or like a box or whatever, you know. I just noticed the Discord and joined. I don't know how I missed it before. Yeah, it's always been there for like a year now or so, because we created our Discord last July. After we just got an abundance of kids asking for us to do that. So I'm like, yeah, I'll create it. But then I don't know the first thing about Discord, so we ended up getting a couple moderators there to really help us make it what it is. So, yeah, like the first month or two of that was like, I don't know anything about this, but I'm going to hopefully moderate it all by myself. And it's like, no, you can't moderate a Discord by yourself, Matt, you know? Any homophobic spammers tonight? Not yet, luckily. So apparently, well, you got to know, after the stream yesterday, after the live stream yesterday, we were in contact with YouTube. YouTube investigates this whole thing because we were far from the only channel this happened on. Whoever was doing it, the hate group behind it, was spamming a bunch of LGBTQ creators' channels at the time, either in an effort. The official cause is basically they were either trying to get the streamers to end their streams and be like, you know what, I've had enough, and I'm just going to end my stream early, or it was adding so much spam that YouTube would have taken our entire channel down. Because the way that YouTube works sometimes is, and this happened to a good friend of mine on YouTube, not an LGBTQ creator, but just in general, they were doing a live stream, and during the live stream, they got so much spam on their chat that YouTube thought their channel was hacked by this person. And so they deleted their entire YouTube channel immediately, thinking, well, if whoever hacked this one YouTube channel gets in, they're going to have access to all the email addresses of all their subscribers, and they're also going to have access to YouTube itself, which is a lot more dangerous. So basically what ended up happening was they deleted his channel on him, and he had to fight for weeks and weeks and weeks to get it back. Luckily, he got it back and stuff, but he also lost a bunch of subscribers from that. Um, and the theory right now is either they were trying to get us to stop our stream early, or they were trying to completely delete our entire channel because they were trying to trick YouTube into thinking we got hacked. And if that happened, it would have resulted in us trying to get our channel back for over a month. And if that was the case, we would lose all of Pride Month. We wouldn't be able to broadcast any episodes in Pride Month, and therefore you don't get the education that you came here for, and we don't get the main month of our celebration. We don't get to celebrate, and we don't get all the ad revenue from the month that pays for our show to happen the rest of the year. We wouldn't be able to get any ad revenue from it. And so they were trying to shut us down basically permanently and delete our channel. Like, that's it. And so luckily after the stream last night, we were back and forth, and YouTube's like, hey, we're going to handle this. This happened, and hopefully it never happens again. Thanks, YouTube. Yeah. But no spammers tonight yet. You want to fight in the dead of night? I got what you... What? You want to fight in the dead of night? I got what you want. I'm like Meta Knight. Ha 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 ha. If anyone can tell me what song that is from, I'll like you more. You want to fight in the dead of night? I got what you want. I'm like Meta Knight. I don't know. I have no idea what song that's from. Have you ever been to Montreal Pride? It's crazy if you ever get a chance. I would love to go to Montreal Pride. So have the organizers of the Montreal Pride get in contact with us at info@prideclassroom.com, and we might be able to join you for your Pride this year on tour, because our tour does not have any limits to what places we'll go to. We won't go to a homophobic country that it's illegal to be gay, because I don't want to be arrested, but Montreal is definitely LGBTQ friendly. So we're willing to go there as long as your Pride organizers get in contact with us about having us there. We can have a booth there. We can just be there in person, and they can advertise the fact that we're going to be there in advance. We can speak as a motivational speaker. I can perform LGBTQ friendly music, all that kind of stuff. All is available to event organizers. Going to the Pride event in Penn's Landing later this year. Penn's Landing? Where's that at? Hold on. Landing. Philadelphia? Well, Philadelphia's Pride has been postponed to September because of COVID. And I don't know if we'll be going to that. I don't know. I'm hoping we get to as many as possible. But again, have the organizers get in contact with us, because we would much rather... Here's the thing. I can go to a lot more events if the organizers are willing to say, hey, we'll have Powered by Rainbows there, because having us there means you get a bunch more advertisement, you get a bunch more people coming to your event, and so it's worth it to a Pride event to actually pay us our travel fees to get there. So have them get in contact with us. But I would love to. I really want... Do they have one? Okay, hold on. I really want to move to New Hope, PA, by the way. Pride 2021. Do they have one this year? May 13th through the 15th. It already ended. But I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I don't think that I don't know how much of it was in person though. Not not 100%. I just want to go to visit New Hope for my birthday. I already told my friends this. I'm like, I'm going to New Hope for my birthday to celebrate. Because it's just a so friendly town. Is there a subreddit? Uh, Bye Alexa, by the way. Is there a subreddit? We don't have a subreddit for PBR. No, wait, do we? We have a TikTok. That's new. Is the TikTok included in our? No, it's not yet. I have to put that in because we have a TikTok for Power Rainbows. So if you haven't already checked that out, check it out. It's pretty cool. Reddit. Powered by Rainbows. I know one of our fans came up with something for that. Reddit. Hold on. Oh, one of our fans came up with it, but it's not an official one. It's 9 members. Yeah. This is it. Oh no, this is it. This is not the official PBR. Not officially PBR, but it is. One of our fans created it for us. So it's kind of cool to be here. With a bunch of fan art and stuff here. So you can definitely scroll through and enjoy looking at it all. But yeah, it's you can join it. I haven't joined it because I'm not on Reddit really at all. Which is I don't know really a lot about it, so yeah, I know there's that. One question, Matt. What's a LGBTQ YouTuber, celebrity, or LGBTQ supporter you would like to collab with? I mean, if I had my pick of any of them, Troye Sivan. If I'm being honest. Because Troy is just incredible. Also very, very cute. But it to be honest, I would collab with a bunch of people. I would collab with Connor Franta, what are their names? I want to collab with Ash Coyote on YouTube because she is an amazing YouTuber, documentary filmmaker, and furry, but also trans. You know, it's like such an amazing activist, such an amazing person. Who else would I collab with? Jack. Oh wait, hold on. Is that who I think it is? Jack Meridew. I would totally collab with him. Hold on. Let me get to my subscriptions here. Who would I collab with? That's LGBTQ. Odin Wolf. I would definitely collab with because he's an amazing furry and YouTuber and gay and amazing stuff. Fluke the Husky. Oh my god. I would definitely collab with him. And I mean, him and his boyfriend on YouTube are just the cutest little couple. Fluke and Tyrox. Oh, so cute together. What's the safe word? A Pup Amp over there. I would totally collab with him. Majira Strawberry. I would totally collab with him. Jackson Bird. Totally collab. If I could. Ash, like I said. Connor Franta. Yeah. Who else? I've already collabed a little bit with. So last year during Pride Month, YouTube had a bunch of LGBTQ creators collab in a project in at the end of June, and in that I collabed with like Ryan Casada, and the Sam TSUI, and a bunch of others, with that project. Um, Let me see. Nick Horton. Oh my god, I would totally collab with him. Him and his boyfriend again are just so amazing at YouTube. I would totally collab with them. Um, Sheila Simmons. I've already been in a video with Sheila Simmons, which was kind of cool last year. Um, if you know who any of these people are, they're amazing people. I don't collab, or I don't like be in videos with people that aren't really awesome. Kevin McHale. Oh my god, amazing creator. Jack Meridew, again, amazing creator. Also, Jack Meridew was where Jack Meridew lived was about an hour from my house, and then he moved to LA. By the time he announced where he used to live, I mean, I've been following him for a long time, but by the time he announced where he used to live, he was already in LA, and I'm like, oh my god, I could have collabed with you so easily, you know. Ethan Heathcote, awesome creator, I would totally collab with. Brandon S Z C Z U P A J, who is boyfriends with Nick Horton. I would totally collab with any of them or more. Who's the Jack? Oh, there's one that I always watch, but I haven't subscribed to him yet, and I know I should have. I know I should have subscribed to him. I know. Okay, you don't need to tell me this. Um, his name is something like Jack, but he's trans on YouTube from United Kingdom. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? I actually found it. I found his channel because YouTube says, who do your subscribers also watch on YouTube? And I was like, oh, okay, I'll check this out, you know? And ended up being like an amazing channel, you know? So if you know who I'm talking about, let me know. Let me see if I can find it. Analytics, audience. Oh, Jammy Dodger. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, Jamie Dodger. I would totally collab with him because he has amazing content. By the way, this is like who I'm subscribed to that I would totally collab with. Over here, the ones that I mentioned are Odin Wolf, Fluke the Husky, I've already done a collaboration with Reading Pride Celebration on their channel. PA Quality Project, I've already been on their channel, which is, I mean, I'm their Eastern Vice President. What's the safe word? A whole bunch of LGBTQ sex education on this channel. I would love to collab with them. Majira Strawberry, just because, oh my god, also amazing creator. Jackson Bird, another awesome creator that I would love to collab with. Rebellious Pastry, awesome creator. If you haven't checked out Rebellious, Ash Coyote, I would love to work with her on anything, because everything she puts out is just incredible. Try Guys, I would do someone with, but they're really big. They're totally out of the range of like who would collab with me. Been in a video before with Gabrielle. There. Let's see. Ethan Heathcote, I would totally do something with. and his videos. I would totally Miss Benny music, by the way, amazing. Troye Sivan, I mean, there's no one in the world that wouldn't collab with Troye Sivan. He's just that awesome. Jack Meridew is an amazing creator. Also hasn't put out a whole lot of videos recently, which I'm kind of like, why? Come on, come out with something new. I love his content. Then we have who else? One Topic at a Time is a really awesome channel for LGBTQ stuff as well, because he does a lot of like, let's review the Reddit of, are the straights okay or something like that, which is really funny. But he's not actually LGBTQ himself, I don't think. At least I've never seen his coming out video, if that's true. Then Sheila Simmons, like I said, I was in a video with her last year. Marky Miller, another amazing creator. Sam, again, last year I was with him for a video on YouTube. Well, by YouTube themselves. Kevin McHale, I would definitely collab with. And last year I was with Ryan on that same video. So a lot of great creators that I would definitely collab with in the future if given the chance. Weird part is YouTube hasn't really contacted me this year like they did last year. And YouTube like contacted us and they're like, hey, do you want to be a part of this huge collab and get your videos featured? They haven't done that yet this year, which I'm like, hey, YouTube, it's June 2nd. Like, hey. What's your favorite pride flag? Puppy pride flag. Although the rainbow is what I have a million of. And my TV show is a great cover for the fact that I wanted a giant 10-foot by 8-foot version of the rainbow pride flag. And then I'm like, I need a backdrop for my show, so it's okay, right? And my family's like, you just want an excuse to get a giant rainbow flag, don't you? And I'm like, yep. So, yes, this whole TV show is just entertaining my love for just getting more rainbows. Can you give me an advice on coming out at your job? Really, coming out advice, we do have a whole series on that, and we have an episode on how to come out at your work, in your workplace. But it's all about one person at a time and the people that you trust the most. Don't come out to your entire warehouse all at once or whatever it is. Wherever you work, don't just be like, hey, let's all gather around. Let's have a giant team meeting. By the way, I'm gay or whatever. Like, don't do that. Just be like, whoever you're most friends with at your work, be like, hey, by the way, this is who I am. And then come out to one person at a time. Because no matter if you find that homophobic person or transphobic person at your work, then in those cases, if that does happen, which hopefully it doesn't, but by the time that happens, you'll have this support system that's going to go, you know what, I'm going to support you, and when or if that happens, you'll already have a bunch of people that support you at your work already, so they'll be able to go like, hey, we're going to defend you, so that's my best advice on that. Matt, do you have my bell on? Oh, on your subscribe thing? Yeah, sure. I don't turn the bell on for anyone. Well, here's why. It's not because I don't like creators. I have creators that I absolutely love. But you have to understand, a lot of times when I'm recording a video are the same times other creators are putting out their videos. And that's what I like, because at the end of my recording session, talking about whatever topic I'm talking about that week, and you got to remember, I'm recording 4 or 5 episodes at a time normally, but by the time I'm done that recording for the day, um, I know I'm not going to edit that episode that same day, so I have a break that at night. So I'm like, I typically record when other creators are uploading their videos, and that way, at the end of my recording session, I'm like, you know what? Now I have a bunch of videos that I can go watch and relax and get away from, being a creator for a moment. So, but at the same time, if you have the bell on, which is notifications, that's good for some people. I just when I'm recording, I can't have my phone going off a million times. So, there's that. So I don't turn the bell on for a lot of people. But I highly encourage you to hit the bell on my channel. And if you are a subscriber, or if you're not already a subscriber of Rebellious Pastry, Rebellious just does amazing animation work and amazing live streams over on their channel. So go check them out and turn on the bell on their channel too. Because Rebellious is one of our moderators here, so it's awesome. Your dad is complaining about Pride Month again. Help me. Go put a rainbow in his face and be like, yo, I'm watching PBR. If he's complaining about Pride Month, just walk up to him and be like, no one asked, bitch, okay? No one asked for your opinion on Pride Month. It's our month to celebrate. It's not yours. You're straight. You're weird, okay? Ain't nobody dance no more. See the paint. What? I feel like that's lyrics to a song. Rebellia says one topic is a female to male trans. I did not know that. Seriously? Like, you would never tell. Okay. Anyway, I did not know that. I'm questioning my gender, so I'm making a pickaroo of what I would want to look like as a boy. That would be awesome. That's a good idea, actually. Make like a collage of like, this is what I would want to look like. That's part of like what the fursona is for furries. Of like, this is what I would want to. If I was a puppy, this is what I would look like. Oh, wait, hold on. I will show you. Hold on. By the way, a lot of people love this, by the way. This is our bloopers of like the rainbow flag, the trans pride flag, non-binary, and bisexual pride flag. But this is my fursona. Monte Daloso. He's so cute. And that's what I would look like if I was a puppy. But yeah, that's a great idea. Come up with a collage of like what you would like to look like if you were, if you had gender expression to match your gender identity. That'd be an amazing idea. I finished a decent good drawing of a hand holding a pride flag with a rainbow bracelet and rainbow. Oh, awesome. Could you share it with us on our Discord or our Facebook or our Twitter? That way everyone can see. That'd be awesome. We love people sharing that kind of stuff on our socials. You're doing the MB flag now. Awesome. I'm trying to scroll through. Have you ever heard of Samantha Lux? She is an amazing trans creator, and check her out. Is that the one that I'm thinking of? It is, and if so, hold on. Okay, yeah, Samantha Lux is pretty cool. There's this trans creator that's a woman too, and she makes a bunch of anti-trans videos, and it's horrible. And it's like, but you're trans. Wait a minute, like, why would you make this kind of anti-trans content? Like, it's not the person I was thinking of, by the way. Samantha Lux is an actual good one. We actually ended up using Samantha Lux's coming out video in our Valid music video for our song Valid that just came out a couple weeks ago. No, that was March 31st already. Like, oh my god, this has been going by so fast this year. Um, I smack homophobes in the face with my blue wrench. Yes. Wrenches are moderators on our channel, by the way. Um, Hello, my name is Al14, and I was not here for the first half of the recording of this song, but I'm just here to say that meth is bad, kids, and you should not be doing that because it will hurt you. Yes, you're right. You should not do meth. If anyone can tell me what that's from, I'll be impressed. Oh, okay, it's a song lyrics. Okay. Y'all doing song lyrics to confuse me. I will punt homophobe racist. Yes. Anyway, y'all got any actual questions for me? There's still 20 of you watching, by the way. That's crazy. Anyway, what do we want to talk about? I've literally got nothing to do tonight, which is the first time I've ever been able to say that in like a long fucking time. I should message Becca and be like, hey, give me a video right now so that people can see you. There's a website called Art Fight where two teams will draw each other's teams' OCs, and it's beautiful to see the fellow furries fighting over art. Called Art Fight. Art Fight. What? People really come up with any website nowadays, don't they? I say that, but I have prideclassroom.com, so, you know. And madhousenproductions.com and madhaslam.com and I have way too many. No. There's a maturity guide on that. I don't want to get into that. Anyway. I bought bisexual flag socks, too. How dare you? How dare you get socks that are bisexual pride flag socks when... Do you know how easy it would have been for you? You know how easy it would have been for you to come over here and get the Professor Pride socks? Do you know how easy that would have been? Or how easy it would have been to come over here to the PBR store and get Love is Love socks? Or Am I Gay Enough Yet? Joggers. Or, you know, I'm trying to think, because we had a bunch more socks on earlier this year before we canceled them, and because they were limited edition. But how easy would that have been? By the way, limited time only merch is the water bottle here, which has the dual flags. The dual flags PBR water bottle here. We have Love Lives Somewhere in Purple for the bisexual people, by the way. We have, this is limited edition here, Rainbow Bloopers. We all make mistakes, but I'm not one, which is an impressively good seller for us. I don't know why that specifically is the top seller right now in the store, but that one's only going to be available until the end of June. Coming Out of My Cage, also until the end of June. The beach towel's going to be available all summer, but once summer is over, we're going to be getting rid of that forever as well, or for a long time. Professor Pride, I don't know what I say. Coming Out of My Cage, mug is only going to be available until the end of June. Love Lives Somewhere in Purple, accessory pouch you could have gotten. The face masks are going away at the end of June as well. So the Gator face mask here and the rainbow battery one is going away at the end of June. We have the Bloopers long sleeve t-shirt. We have the Stealing Souls documentary T-shirt, that's going away at the end of June as well. So all of those items are going away at the end of June. You could have gotten any of those items and supported PBR and our amazing work. Question. Thoughts on what? What's Ash Nick? What? What's that? Ashton Nicole Casey, known as professionally Ash Nico, is an American singer-songwriter and rapper. They rose to prominence in their 2019 single Stupid with Young Baby Tate, which gained virtual popularity on the video chat platform TikTok. I'm not familiar with their work. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about it to talk about it. How many times have you had someone walk in on your recordings, Matt? Probably like every other time. Because you have to understand, I also have producers that work on the show, and so they'll like walk in and be like, "Yo, you're messing up again," and they'll stop me, and I'm like, "Oh, come on." But yeah, I have people walk in all the time. Which is why I record in the middle of the night. So typically our episodes are recorded at 2 or 3 in the morning. So that doesn't happen. Whenever I'm on a normal schedule that I'm working a 9 to 5 or something like that for the week, it's bad. Because a lot of people will walk in on it. But whenever I'm working the night shift for the week, because I'm an event, I work in event spaces, so my schedule goes all over the place. But whenever I'm able to record at 2 or 3 in the morning, that's typically when I don't have as many interruptions. I didn't think about that. Oh, the merch. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying they're only available until the end of June. Then they're gone forever. I feel like I'm every YouTuber now. Of like, hit the like button and don't forget our merch store for a limited time only. I'm like Jelly and Craner right now. Of you can get the floppy T-shirt and the beanie T-shirt for only 2 days on the store. It's like we'll have a merch war. Like, oh my god, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do a merch war. It's just gonna be limited time only. If you want Pride 2021 merchandise, here it is. Here's our designs. Also, if you have any designs you want to hear, then if you have any designs that you want to hear, no, if you have any topic ideas you want to hear for episodes, if you have any designs you want to see on the store, that's what I should have said. Comment those down below of any episode. I heard in a rap by an LGBTQ rapper, and one of the lyrics was, "I'm oh so proud to be an F slur," and thoughts on this. No. In my opinion, here's the thing. I realize that I am white, okay? I am like white AF, okay? But from the activist in the Black Lives Matter movement that I've spoken to, I always get the feeling of like the N-word has been used for so many years as a negative connotation of African Americans, and so I don't want to be one of those people. To tell African Americans what they can and cannot say, but I feel like it's been used as a slur so many years that even they shouldn't use that word in their music, you know? Um, just like the F slur, faggot, for gay people, or tranny for transgender people. None of these slurs should be things that anyone is allowed to say, because it has such a history of being a negative connotation that I don't I don't ever want to hear the word faggot. My All my friends know this. Um, and I know in the gay community there are some like dom sub relationships where the dom is allowed to call the submissive person faggot in their sexual whatever relationship. In that relationship, as long as they're both consenting adults, fine. But in my relationship, I never want to hear the word faggot, ever. I never want to be called that in any moment in our relationship. I never want to hear someone on the street call me that, you know, because it has such negative connotations on the community. I just never want to hear that word, you know. That's not wrong of me to say. That's not wrong of me to feel, you know. I never want to hear someone around me calling a transgender person a tranny, or even saying the word tranny. I never want to hear a person around me saying the N-word, because I never want that to be in my presence, you know? That's just how I feel about those three slurs. I don't care if you're transgender, you should not say the word tranny to me. I don't care if you're gay, you should not use the word faggot around me. Like, I do not care. That's like, if you want to say a word, it has to be between consenting people. And I'm not consenting to that, you know? So, that's my opinion on the F slur thoughts. I just, no. There are so many words to describe someone in a nicer way. You can choose any word you want to as an adjective, a noun, or anything. You don't need to use the F slur. You don't need to say faggot, ever, you know? I just bought the lesbian flag colors of yarn for me to make bracelets, and still no one can figure it out. Awesome. That's awesome. You can hide your pride that way. I met my boyfriend on the PBR Discord. Ooh. I wish I met a boyfriend on PBR. Do this TV show for 27,000 people every week, and I don't have a boyfriend. Anyway. Hashtag find Madaman. I'm hella gay, but I do not like the F slur. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion on it. Trans women. What? Trans women X-Men. I'm not sure if that's supposed to mean trans women should be in the X-Men TV show or movie. Not really sure what that means. Battle Royale in the merch store. Last person standing wins. Yes. PBR merch war. Let's see which design wins. Papamonte Deloso. Yes. You can. That's the thing. When someone's like addressing me in a relationship or whatever, like, you can call me anything you want. You can call me puppy. You can call me Amante. You can call me, you know, slut. Whatever. There's so many words that you can call me in a relationship. You don't need to use the F slur. In public, I've even responded to puppy before, and someone yelled, "Puppy, come back!" And I literally like turned around, and I was with one of my ex-boyfriends at the time, and he's like, "Wait, what?" Because he didn't know I was a puppy yet. I didn't tell him that part. We weren't like far enough into the relationship where I told him that, and so he's like, "Wait, did you just respond to puppy?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I was just like responding to someone yelling behind me and hoping maybe the puppy was headed my way. I can catch the puppy for them, you know." And then like months and months later, well, about a month and a half, 2 months later, I told him, because we were opening up more in our relationship at that point, and I'm like, "Yeah, by the way, I'm a furry and I'm a pup tribe member, you know." And they're like, "So wait, that puppy thing like months ago?" And I'm like, "Yes, Yes, that's why I responded to puppy. Um, so in public, I literally if you call out puppy around me, I'll be like, "Ooh, where? Are you talking to me? Hopefully, you're talking to me." Um, yeah. John Blunt is so cool. Okay. As a black, I absolutely hate the N word with a passion. Yes. And here's the thing. I've never spoken to. A, maybe you can help with this. Uh, I always say African American, but it's not always American. So, um, I've spoken to activists on this issue, and I'm like, is it appropriate to call to say generally black people, you know, um, don't like the N word? Is it okay to address the community and say black people? You know, like I don't feel like that's a slur. At least I hope it's not, because this is live and it's not edited. But no, I mean generally speaking, every black activist or Black Lives Matter person I talk to, which over the years I've been very gracious to speak with a ton of them, because here's the thing: no matter how hard I try to understand it, I'm not black. I'm not gonna understand the discrimination they face nearly as well as they understand it. I'm not going to know their life experiences. Sure, I wasn't able to come out as gay until 24 years old, but I also didn't feel discriminated against as a gay person until I started coming out, you know? And from the education system, I didn't get the education I needed, you know? Whereas, yeah, as a black person, you kind of feel that discrimination much earlier and a lot harsher. So, you know, I've been very gracious to talk with black activists, and I've never. Something I always brought up with them is, hey, do you mind that black people use the N word as well? And every single one I talk to, it's constantly no, that the N word should not be used by anyone, especially not black people, because it condones that language, you know. So, yeah, I've never met anyone that's okay with the N word being used, okay with the F slur being used, or the trans slur being used. I've never met with anyone like that. So, and I've been very, very lucky to speak with hundreds of activists over the years in each of those categories. So, I would be a dom in a relationship. Rebellious Pastry says. Okay. I feel like there's some people that are like that, and there are also some people like me that'll be like, yeah. See, I'm a director of so many productions a year that I'm like, you know what? Nope. When I get home, when I get done in the office and I'm done being a director for the day and I'm done being a business owner and worrying about financials, and when I get done my work, the last thing I want is to be in charge of anything. So, like, as a thing, I'll be on a date with a boyfriend or whatever, and like I'll be like, hey, so can you decide where we're going for dinner? Like, I get that it's supposed to be a 50-50 split, but there's more often times than not that I'm like, you know what? I'll let you decide, because I don't want to make even more decisions today. I'm done. I'm clocked out for the day. And I'll just, like, at that point in a relationship, he would know what restaurants I like to, and be like, all right, I'll pick something that I know you're gonna like, you know. I tried to explain the F. There was a YouTuber that I used to watch, but he said the F slur, and I immediately clicked off his videos and unsubbed. Yeah. I mean, I feel like even when I'm describing these things, when I'm saying the N word, or the when I'm saying faggot or tranny in the context of this conversation, to help you better understand which words I mean, in an educational setting, I even feel bad saying them, you know, but I also understand it's in an educational setting here, you know. So when I'm describing the LGBTQ community, there are so many different words I can use to describe the community and describe you all in such beautiful context. Like, I can describe you guys as just incredible, perfect, beautiful, lovely. I can describe all these things, and I don't need to resort to hate words. I don't have any use for that, you know. So I feel like it would be one of those things of like, uh, you even when you're in a live stream, you had the time to come up with another word, you know. Um, by the way, did you guys hear about the the boating incident? Uh, Basically, there was this LGBTQ person on a boat. They were just literally enjoying their afternoon on the water, with all of their friends, I guess, and family, on the water. They put a pride flag, LGBTQ pride flag, on their boat. Just literally, that was it, to showcase their pride for Pride Month. And they were just out for the day, enjoying the sun, enjoying the water, and this homophobic and transphobic boat of people started circling them and started like cursing them out, calling out slurs against them, right? And just started circling this LGBTQ pride flag boat over and over and over again, just hating on them just for flying a pride flag. They weren't kissing as a gay couple. They were just flying a flag, right? Kept circling, right? All of a sudden, their boat stalls. All of a sudden, this homophobic boat stops dead in the water and literally starts burning up. Literally is on fire. The people on the boat abandon ship because their boat's on fire in the middle of the water, you know? And so they abandoned ship because they were trying to show off. They were trying to... turns out their boat was flooded with water, and it overheated from them circling this other boat. Had they not stopped to be homophobic and call out slurs to this other boat, they would have been fine. Their boat would have been perfectly fine. But they decided to rev the engine all around this other boat, and so their boat caught on fire. They jump in the water. The boat that had the LGBTQ flag on it, and this is what gives me hope in the world, right? The boat with the LGBTQ people on it went over and saved the other people. At that point, they had the option of leaving this homophobic boat go, leaving some other person to save the homophobic and transphobic people, leaving anyone else to save them, or leaving them in the water to swim back to shore, because they all had life vests on, you know? They had the option of letting them go and just driving off, but they chose to go over and save the homophobic people and bring them back to shore. And so we've been asked the question, well, what would you do in that situation? I'm like, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know what I would do. I mean, I hope I would help the people out, but also, if they're haters, I don't want them on my boat, you know? I don't want to help them. They can take their freaking sorry ass arms and swim themselves back to shore, you know? If they're going to be homophobic. Like, that's what I think I would do in that situation. It's just like, yeah, here's your punishment. But they went over and saved them and drove them all the way back to shore. And it's like, I hope the homophobic people learn their lesson, but also, in a way, it's like, these homophobes don't understand, like, when you're talking bad about a community of people that only ever spreads love and acceptance to all, like, what's wrong with you? You know? Like, what goes through your head? And also, and more importantly on that topic, it's like, I severely hope by the time they got back to shore, they apologized and said, you know what, you're really nice people, that even after all the hate we gave you, you just saved us. I really hope there was an apology there, but no article on this mentioned any sort of apology so far. So I'm really hoping that comes in the coming days. But holy crap. Like, those are the people that showcase how great our community is. Those people on that boat that day with the pride flag, they are the people that are the heroes of our community. Because, like, here's the thing, like, it's one thing to be discriminated against. It's one thing to get bullied or whatever, but it's an entirely other thing to face all of that and then still, after all of that hatred, go, you know what? Here's love in return. Like, we do that in our comments all the time. We try to educate homophobes first before we delete them entirely, but it's also like, this is all online. This is just in comments, you know? Like, that's an entirely different thing than in person when, like, I probably would have sat there on the boat laughing my ass off that their boat's on fire. I probably would have just sat there for a moment laughing my ass off too hard to do anything, you know? And in that moment, they decided to go over and save them. And it's like, how were you guys not laughing your ass off at this point? How did you guys think, you know what? Let's love in the face of hatred. And that's such a great story. Oh my God. Like, even though, yeah, it dealt with some hate, but it's like, in the face of that hatred, it showed how great our community can be. So that's one of the, yeah, the boat really did say, kill them with kindness. It's like, that's one of the stories I wanted to share tonight, because it's like, wow, you know, like that's how our Pride Month is starting, by the way. Like, that kind of story, you know. Yeah, we're getting hate, but we're also just killing them with kindness too, you know. Do you like, oh, do you believe in magic? Wait. Do you believe in magic? I'm not sure either. If God is really, then clearly he hates homophobia. Yes. If God is real, like, that's the thing. There's this whole theological debate. But if God is real, these homophobes really should start listening to him. Of like, hey, I know that you're accusing us of a lot of things, but maybe look in a mirror, because we're the ones loving you and spreading love and acceptance. In the documentary, one of my favorite lines of the whole thing was the guy who was sent to conversion therapy, that one of the survivors that we focused on, he said, if your religion is historically persecuting against another person or whatever, then it pushes people away from your religion. And it's like, I wonder why religion is actually on the decline in the world right now. Like, why do people not want to go to church as often or as much? Why don't they want to donate as much money to these churches? Well, it's because these churches don't act the greatest. They really don't. Like, there are some churches that are LGBTQ friendly and they do great work, but there's other ones that are like, we're going to support conversion therapy. Like, if your church has anything to do with pushing kids to suicide, I probably don't want to be in your pew, okay? Probably not a great idea. It's like, another great line that I thought of recently was Taylor Swift. When she's talking about her songwriting and stuff, she's like, yeah, I could not write about boys being bad, but also the boys could just not do bad things, you know? And then I won't have material for a breakup song if you don't give me a reason to have a breakup song. Like, in our society, there's a lot of times when we blame the accuser, like the person who was sexually assaulted. It's like, there's a lot of people that are deniers of the Me Too movement. It's like, how about you stop blaming the victims of these crimes and you start going, maybe the CEO of this company shouldn't have raped that woman. Maybe, uh, maybe Brett Kavanaugh shouldn't have been involved with sexually assaulting this woman in high school, and maybe it wouldn't be coming up years later. Maybe the perpetrator shouldn't have done what he or she has done, and maybe the victim wouldn't have a reason to speak up. Like, maybe that's what we should be talking about. And so that's what I talk about with English. That's what I talk about with religion all the time is, yeah, we could blame the kids for committing suicide, or we can say, you know what, maybe that religion shouldn't have been pushing kids to suicide in the first place. Well, there's an idea, you know? You always have the best stories. I try. Holy shit, that's a good idea. Okay. Wow. Hold on. All right. We're putting that in our schedule. Okay. What's your name? Chloe Sky. Here we go. Chloe Sky says, what are your all's opinions on people fetishizing lesbians, gay people, and trans people? That is, I'll tell you what, we're going to go right to this. This is our schedule for the show. Our actual schedule, by the way. This is what we do whenever someone so that is going in our ideas bin, because that is an awesome idea for an episode. Oh, I want to give you my opinions on that so bad. Well, fetishes are good, right? Because we all have fetishes, but it is. I find it ironic that a lot of straight people that are homophobic are like, yeah, let's see those two girls making out. It's like, so you're okay with girls being lesbians, but you're not okay with two guys being gay? Like, that's what I find wrong with it, all right? It's not wrong to have a fetish, but it's wrong to be homophobic and condone one part but not another part, you know? It's like, it's okay if girls are making out as long as their makeout session is arousing me. But the moment those two girls make out, when it's not around a man to arouse, those two girls are sinners, you know? Like, what the hell is wrong with you, you know? Or there's a lot of homophobic and transphobic people who literally search for trans pornography online, and like Pornhub, which is the largest adult film website nowadays, they put out a big report of how many people search or what the top things people search for, and it's like homophobic and transphobic people will search for lesbian pornography, will search for gay pornography, they'll search for trans. Like, one of the top things homophobic and transphobic people search for is transgender pornography. And it's like, but you're transphobic. Like, you freaking hypocrite, you know? So that's what I get mad at. Anyway, but yeah, we will answer that question in a future episode, because I love that idea. I understand if it's straight women looking at lesbian stuff, since it's more about the woman, but like straight men doing it, hell no. Yeah, yeah. Also, like that's the thing for me. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say, oh, I've never looked at gay men together in a video. Like, I mean, so what? You know, every gay guy does it. Every person on earth that is not asexual or romantic has watched some videos at some point in their life. You know, um, but put it this way, like early in life, I would like watch straight couples, and I would only look at the guy, and I'd be like, yeah, the woman, I don't want to see that in my video, you know. But I wasn't heterophobic. I was just like, no, I'm gay. So I feel like a straight man looking at a, a video of a gay couple going, oh yeah, that's allowed. Those lesbians are allowed to go at it as long as it's for my pleasure. No, no, like those lesbians are allowed to go at it because they're lesbians and it's fine, you know. Um, or these people that are like, oh, two girls are allowed to be together as long as it's in a threesome. Like, no, two girls are allowed to be together no matter what the hell your thoughts are, you know. uh, my church is LGBTQ friendly, and when you walk in, they have a table of pamphlets and stuff on it, and they have a basket with rainbow bracelets that says no standard, that say no standards if you're LGBTQ. That's awesome. I'm glad that you go to an LGBTQ accepting church. That's great to see. There are a few LGBTQ accepting churches near where I live. Um, I don't go to church anymore because my Roman Catholic schooling pushed me off of religion as far as I can go. Like, I still believe in God and stuff like that personally, but I don't go to church because I don't believe in organized religion. I feel like I could love my my religion without going in person, you know. Um, and I was always taught that God is with you wherever you go, and so it's like, well, if that's true, I don't really need to go to a certain building with a whole bunch of other people and pray together. Like, like I can just have a really good day at work and go, you know what? Thank you, God, for this really good day, or whatever. Like, I don't need a building to go to. But at the same time, the churches that I work for nowadays as a consultant or as an audio and lighting engineer or a video engineer, all of them are LGBTQ friendly. So it matters to me who my customers are as well. But I'm glad you have a church that's LGBTQ friendly. I'm not trying to push anyone off of religion here. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying I'm glad that yours is LGBTQ accepting, because that's great to see. Uh, I mean, I got no time for puppets. Take your opinion and shove it. I feel like there's another song lyric thing. Any videos on advice on crying yourself to sleep? I feel like that topic wouldn't go well. Of like, I'm encouraging kids to cry themselves to sleep. Maybe you can explain that one better later on to me, because Rebellious and I talk. But I feel like that wouldn't go that well. Or at least I feel like I would get a million comments of like, you're literally teaching kids to cry themselves to sleep, Matt. So yeah. Trouble is the only Christians don't even know what Christian traditional teachings are. Yeah, that's true. There's a whole book of stories taken out of the Bible before the RSV version, and it's like there's a lot of stories that are kept out of the Bible for a reason, because they contradict what the priests and pastors are talking about nowadays. And we've spoken to there's a pastor of an LGBTQ friendly ministry near us, and she's a lesbian, and she has a wife as well, who helps with the ministry, and we just got done designing the website for them, which is really awesome. But she's like, hey, if you ever want someone to come on your show and talk about religion, I'm more than willing to do it. And so I would love to have her on and talk about it because she knows a lot more on this. But it's like there's a lot of stories kept out of the Bible for a reason, you know. It's fascinating. Alpha-based man. I don't sleep with women because they like men, and that's gay. So I only sleep with men because they're also into women. That's pretty good. As I said in the other, we did the video a couple weeks ago, where it was like arguing with a homophobe skit. You don't know, but that conversation has happened in my, like, that's a quoted conversation with a homophobe. It wasn't just for the jokes. It was literally a copy and pasted quoted skit that we played out. And it's like, when I told this homophobe, uh, who I know in personal life, I'm like, yeah, to me, I'm manly squared, you know, and he's just like, don't give me that manly squared shit, like, I'm like, yeah, but like it is when you're gay, you're manly squared. That's what the relationship literally means, you know. So that's pretty cool. Matt, you liar, ace and what? Matt, you liar, aces and arrows accidentally sees porn before. Oh, okay. I'm not saying you don't ever watch it. I'm just saying, like, in general, non aces and arrows watch it a lot more. That's all I'm saying. And even for me, I mean, I don't like the videos where they just get into it. I'm like, no, I'd much rather like read a story or something instead, because it's a lot more romantic then. I like romance. I'm a demisexual, okay? I don't like just let's like in my relationships. I've never said to a guy, "Oh, let's just have a quickie." Like, no. Ew, no. I would never want that. Like, it's romantic. It's making love for a reason. It's not supposed to be, you know, oh, let's just like bang one out. Like, no. So yeah, I know that aces and arrows do watch some. I'm just saying in general, the non aces and arrows watch more. Um, Matt, you are right. Church isn't about rules; it's about your personal relationship with God. Yes, that's the thing. Every pastor I talk to is like, if you feel like you can love God outside of a church, then go for it. You know, I just I happen to work for so many churches that, as a consultant and as an engineer, that I'm at church a lot throughout the year anyway. I don't feel like I need to be confined to one certain building or religion. But I also, like, I've studied enough about religion over the years where I know there's a lot of religions that agree on more stuff than they disagree with each other on. It's like y'all fight over religion back and forth, and it's like y'all believe in God. It's just you have different names for him, or different names for them. You know, it's like why why are you fighting over your disagreements when literally your religion teaches you to love thy neighbor? It's like, what? Anytime I deal with a homophobe, I'm like, yeah, isn't the main saying of your religion to love thy neighbor? And they're like, shut up, I don't want to hear about that. I'm like, so you just don't want to hear things that disagree with what you're doing right now and prove that I'm right and you're wrong. You just don't like facts, do you? You know? Oh, tips to are the actors in gay porn really gay or straight? It depends on the film. Like, typically if you're watching gay porn, then it's gay actors or bisexual actors or pansexual actors or whatever. Um, Typically they won't put a straight person in a gay film. Um, even when you see even when you see the titles of like, oh, I tricked my straight neighbor, or I tricked my straight brother, or I tricked my straight friend into whatever. Like, even in those films, first off, it's not really their neighbor. It's not really their brother. It's not really their friend. It's another actor that was hired for the film, you know? And you have to understand, they aren't straight. They're not tricking any person. It's a film. They both consented. They both signed contracts for a certain price to do this film. And they both went to that city. They flew to that city to make that film. And they both, like, just got on camera, and then they acted it all out, you know? So they're not putting a straight person in a gay film. They're not putting a gay person in a straight film. They're not doing that. It is very much whenever you have these videos of like, which I mean, I'm amused by the titles of some of them, because an ex of mine had a whole conversation on this once, and we're just like, isn't it funny how it's like, oh, um, it, oh, oh, so and so has his first time with, like, no. First off, you don't get to be an actor like that without having it a couple times, okay? So it's not your first time, and it's like, it's bullshit. You know, it's just they're titling it a certain way to appeal to a certain audience because that audience is very horny in that moment, or as we say in the gay community, very unicorn in that moment. By the way, if you have a boyfriend out there, there's a code word for gay relationships. If you ever uh, have a gay couple around, and all of a sudden the one says to the other the word unicorn in the conversation, like, all of a sudden you'll be talking about something completely different, not anything about unicorns and rainbows or anything like that, and all of a sudden the one gay guy says to the other, or brings it up in the conversation of like, oh yeah, like that'd be really cool, and like, oh, mythical unicorns or something like that or whatever. It's like they're signaling to their partner that they're horny, because in the gay community, saying the word unicorn is code for I'm horny, you know? Because uh, when you're a man, you're like, horny, you only have one horn, and unicorns only have one horn. And so it's like unicorns and rainbows have always notoriously been like a gay symbol. So it's like, oh yeah, like it's a cool way to put it in a conversation where your friend might not notice, but your boyfriend definitely will. So if you ever hear that, that's what it means. Um, I hate when people call us sus. Yeah. But rebellious, I meant to say that when I do that, I try to listen to music like, I'm more than Ace, Matt. Want to bet? I know you're more than Ace. I know that, okay? Calm down. It's okay. I'm making conversation because we have nothing else to talk about. Matt, similar to the pup story, someone yesterday called me puppy, so of course I went over. Yeah, it's awesome. Well, like, if they, if someone doesn't know I'm a puppy, I'll just like look around, and then I'll be like, oh, okay, just keep walking or whatever. But like, my if I'm with a boyfriend and they call out puppy, I'm like, I literally will walk over. Okay, so story time. Someone brought up the topic of adult film. Okay, I didn't bring it up. I'll get back to the story time in just a second. Uh, I had to use Love Thy Neighbor thing on my ex friend. Yeah. Uh, bye, awkward. See you soon. Da, 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 da. I just remembered the last day of school this year, a boy wore a tutu and headband to school. No one questioned it, and it was amazing. That is amazing. Point being, yes. Point being, adult films are fake, and that's why in our gay sexual education course, like a month or so ago, on the channel here, we said, don't get into sex thinking it's going to be like a film that you watch, because it's never like that on screen. A film like that takes about 8 hours to make. Like, it's a long production day to make a film that you end up seeing for like 15 to 20 minutes. You know, there's a production going on. There's a lot of crew members. There's a lot of people to make sure that those two actors look good. okay? It's fake. It's not like that in real life. I hope I didn't make that unicorn mistake. I mean, generally people there's some people that are younger that don't know about it, but if you get to be my age, then you're like, yeah, that's a saying, you know? Um well here's a puppy story for you. I was with my ex-boyfriend and I, let's call him James, okay? Um right. We were together for 7 months, and on one of the dates we went to his brother-in-law's birthday party, I think it was, at his sister and brother-in-law's house, right? So we're over their house, and they have a Labrador, right? Which is my persona. That's the animal I identify with, right? And he knows about this at that point because we're far enough into the relationship where I told him, you know? And he doesn't 100% understand it, but he accepts it, you know? And it's growing on him, right? And so all of a sudden, he calls out for he's like, "Here, puppy," and I run over to him, drop down on my knees, and hold out my hands like this, and I'm like, "Yes, sir," right? And he's just like, "Oh my God, Matt, not here." And I'm like, "Fine, but you have to do that later on." I mean, his sister wasn't around, but there were other people around. So, I don't give a shit. I don't care if people know I'm a furry anymore. I used to be all like, "Oh my God, what if people know?" And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with it. See ya, Chloe. Uh, what about corn dogs? Oh, that's another good one. Good boy. Yeah. You don't know how much I wanted him to be like good boy and just pat my head or something in that moment. That would have been awesome. But no. I mean, when we went on a walk around a park one time, and I held his hand, and I'm just like, "Does this mean we're holding paws?" And he's like, "I'm not a furry, Matt." And I'm like, "But you're holding my paw." And if you hate furries, what did they ever do to you? Exactly. That's why I love Odin Wolf, because he's a great furry and great advocate of this. And he's like, um, he basically advocates for the fact that yes, some furries like to have sex in their fursuit, and some furries like to think about sex, but it's like you're also adults, so you're allowed to think about that no matter how you think about it, you know? Like, unless you're thinking about little kids, then you're not allowed. But if you're a furry, you think about like a little kid. If you're a furry and you think about adult things, then why would anyone judge that? That's pretty gay, yeah. The only thing that I'm against is anyone thinking about little kids like that. Then no. Hold up, Matt. Why you have a PBR mug? I have a rainbow mug. It's still a rainbow. I don't have a PBR mug on me right now. It is downstairs. I I don't always use my PBR mug because sometimes I have to wash it, okay? Like, I'm not going to have chocolate milk in it for dinner and then try to put Sprite in it for my live stream. That'd be weird. Just like, yeah, let's put Sprite on top of milk. It's not going to taste good. How dare you call me out for not having a PBR mug? Why don't you have a PBR mug? Get one right now on the PBR merchandise. Okay, now I sound like every YouTuber ever. You're not going to get me with the squirrel thing. I get distracted by squirrels enough. Okay. I tried to make a friend the other day with a bunny. It did not work out well. Yesterday I took the day off from work, and Becca and I went on a little trip to go fishing because she fishes, and I just enjoy time away from an office because I've been editing the conversion therapy documentary and all these other musicals so long that I'm like, you know what, I'm going to take yesterday off, and I'm like, I don't care what we do, and you can go out and no, I can't even answer my own question. That's right, Luna. But I'm like, I know she likes fishing, and she enjoys the outdoors a little bit there, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just go over and like you can go fishing. I can just enjoy my time around a lake because I enjoy the outdoors as well, and I don't mind just sitting there and being with my friends, whatever they're doing, and their time off, and I'm like, we'll just hang out and you can fish. I don't personally fish. I don't have a fishing license to fish even if I wanted to, and I'm like, you fish, I'll just sit here and enjoy my time in the outdoors and enjoy the view of this one. It was a really beautiful lake. But I'm just sitting there enjoying my time off, and there's this little bunny that comes up, and so I went over and I tried to make a friend with it, and it just runs off, and I'm like, how rude that a bunny doesn't want to be friends with a puppy, And Becca is just like, oh my god. She's like, that bunny thinks that you're a human, right? And I'm like, I know. How dare that little bunny think I'm a human? Because I'm not a human, okay? But yeah. So I get distracted by bunnies and squirrels. I especially get distracted by California longtail. California. Okay. I will show you a picture of how cute these things are, okay? California longtail weasels. They're so cute. They are so adorable. They're just the most adorable little things in the whole world. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Look at this and tell me that is not adorable. Oh my god. Right? It's so cute. Okay, so I'll show you where I found this animal at. If I can find it now. Put on the puppy ears. Oh yeah, sure. Well, I can't put on the puppy ears because we haven't got super chats of enough yet. So I'll put on the puppy ears once we get to the super chats. Trans bunny. Thoughts on Little Nas X? I've heard the music. I know what you're talking about. It's awesome, the representation that he's giving, but I don't know enough about him to be like, oh my god. I can just imagine Matt's future boyfriend asking, can I get an Owa Owa? What's an Owa Owa? Owa Owa. What? Oh god. Why did I fall for that? Yes, gay porn stars are gay. Joey Mills is gay as fuck, okay? Joey Mills is hot as fuck. Anyway. So I used to have a pin saying "Yay for gay," and I hit it well and I lost. Oh. What about milk bones? Oh. That's another. Okay, that's another. Well, see, it's hard to distinguish that because the unicorn one is a lot easier to like say. Oh yeah, I'm feeling a unicorn right now, but milk bones is a little more hard to distinguish with a puppy because it's like, are you talking about you want an actual like dog treat milk bone, which don't taste horrible, or do you want a bone that gives milk and that's what you mean, you know? And so it could go either way. Um, if you're in a scene with a man, an owner might say to his partner, "Hey, do you want my milk bone?" And then, yeah, you know, it goes from there. Those are the best films. What? Um, I might be streaming soon, like in a week or two. Oh, awesome, Rebellious. I'm streaming every week this month. Haha, I stream more than you do. I'm getting on Rebellious Pastry's last nerve tonight. I'm sorry. You're an awesome mod and wrench. Oh yeah, I was showing you the California Weasel thing. That's right. Um, hold on. Let me get to it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm also in love with freaking Foxes in Love on Twitter. That's a thing. Oh. Okay, here it is. All right. So I fell in love with this. This has like I'm Mr. Loverman in the background of it on Twitter. And I don't want to play it because I don't want to play the music because it's like I might be able to play it if I talk over it a little bit and I talk about it because then it's fair use. But it's Mr. Loverman, and I absolutely love that song, Mr. Loverman. I'm Mr. Loverman. I'll tell you about anyway. So this is a California long-tailed weasel, and I fell in love with them after this video. Here you go. Okay, so he goes in to this like little shop or whatever, right? Because you can tell there's like a corner of the building right over here, and you can tell that like they were going around this building, and the one decided to go around, and the other one decided to go in the building to go through, and all of a sudden his boyfriend is in here, and he's like, he comes in, and he's like, "I'm looking for my boyfriend. I'm looking for him. I'm looking for him. I can see his shadow. Where is he?" And then he pulls him through, and he's like, "Come on, I told you not to go this way," you know. He's like, "We're getting out of here. I told you not to go that way, and you went that way anyway." Right? But they're just so cute that I fell in love with that animal, and I'm like, yeah. So, but yeah, this is Happy Puppy Day. But yeah, like that's, or okay, we'll go through these because they're too cute. We'll do a little like, we'll do a little like review thing right now. So this is, shh, quiet, I'm on the phone, and he's like, squeak, squeak, and he's like, shh, to your tail. Like, no, I'm just too happy, I can't calm down. It's so cute. I love furry memes, and I love drawings like that. It's just so adorable. Da-da-da-da. Oh, okay, this is pretty good too. Okay, here we go. Boy, how about this weather? It's hot, it's cold. I have to take the kids to karate practice. Therapy is too expensive. Blah, blah, blah. Are you playing human again? Ah! I feel like that's my life. Are you playing human again? Sorry, I love memes too much. Or the foxes in love are just, they're too good. They're like, sleeping, sleeping. And then he turns over and he's like, oh, my turn to be the big spoon. They're just so cute, okay? They're too cute of drawings. Okay? They're too cute. And there's always the fan art that you guys have given me over the years. So, thank you for the cute PBR. I love that. I love like drawings of my persona. I feel like this is way too much me too. Like, What's this? What's this tennis ball? Let me see. Ooh, arf. Uh, yeah. Is this safe to show? Yeah, this is safe to show. Uh, this is what I want one day. I'm just like yours and mine cuddling. Just like, oh, we own each other. That'd be amazing. Oh, I dream. I dreamed. Oh, this is too funny. This is too funny not to share. Ah, what is it? I'm naked. Cody, you're a dog. Oh, yeah, right. uh, uh, what other ones were? I mean, there's a lot of good ones here, but probably my favorite fan art of. Oh, no, no, no. Hold on, let me see. No, there's some good memes that are like really good memes, but I can't share them. But yeah, if you ever get yourself on Twitter, um, anyway, you're drawing me something funny. Okay, I like the actual dog treats. Me too. They're not horrible. Okay, so story time. We were filming the music video for Lost Dog song that I literally have out now on my music channel. If you ever get a chance, go check it out. Dog. Here we go. If you ever get a chance, check this out on YouTube. Matt has him Lost Dog. We were filming this music video, and where I literally dress up as a puppy. Hold on. And my little bit of my persona in a video, right? So we were doing this music video, and we had the dog on set for it. And one of my producers is like, hey, yeah, we're at lunch, and my producer's like, well, we're giving the dog some milk bones, as a treat for doing a really good job that day, right? And my producer just goes to me like, you know what? I dare you. I dare you to eat one. And I'm like, all right. So I went and ate a milk bone treat, and I'm like, and he just like, wait, do you actually like it? And I'm like, what do you want me to say here? Do you want me to lie and say they're horrible? Or do you want me to tell you the truth? Matt, I'm feeling unicorn. I'm feeling. If it's lagging for y'all, I'm doing my best. Is it back to not being laggy? By the way, that Velociraptor joke was funny. It shouldn't be laggy though. I don't have the server on tonight. Is it still laggy? Someone now. I'm totally like Smosh now. Why did you spend $100 in the Target section? You should have totally spent it in the PBR store. But yeah. Wow, you guys type fast. You're drawing something funny. All right, rebellious. Send it to me. Thoughts on Milo, an ex-gay who turned false Christian? Yeah. Anyone who says that they're ex-gay is not truthfully saying that. No one is ex-gay. Ex-gay is not a thing. It is people who are paid enough to lie on camera is what ex-gay is. And people who have a stake in the game of conversion therapy. If you do enough research on this, literally everything is ruined. Oh wait, that's what I was going to go to. What did you send me? Oh, okay. Here we go. Live sessions with Matt. Attempt. Sex is a part of life. Our ace, remember. Oh, yeah. Oh no, sex is a part of life for non-aces. It's okay to be ace. It's valid to be ace. I'm just saying sex is a part of life in general for people. Sorry. I really don't mean any offense to you, Rebellious. You know that, right? You're an awesome person, and I'm not trying to make fun of you. I would never. Yes, homophobes are delusional. Ollie Crawford, do you remember me? Sure, yeah. I remember all 27,500 of my fans. I said that way too sarcastically. I do remember a couple of them. I just don't remember everyone. I'm sorry. But thank you for coming back. My girlfriend's father posted a pic to his Instagram celebrating Humility Month. It honestly hurt. Humility Month? What's that? Best goat farmer in Asia. What? I am Osama Bon Puppy. Oh my god. my missiles don't go pew pew, they go ba ba. What? Where did this conversation go? Matt, thanks for doing these lives. I feel like I am living in the living room with my family. Awesome. Well, this is supposed to be a family here online, so I'm happy for all the people who are here. And that's anytime I'm on camera, even for the regular show, I feel like I want to make it a conversation. That's why we added the table to the set recently, is because I want it to feel like a conversation where we're all sitting down at the table together, and I'm just providing the facts of something that you've asked me, you know. And that's the way I want it to feel. I don't want it to feel like this is some big, huge production. I don't want it to feel like, well, I'm on a stage in front of you all, and you're all just watching. I want it to feel like a conversation, like we're at the kitchen table together, you know? 27.6 thousand, I'm sorry. We must have added a couple during the past hours. Which, here's the thing. It's great that we're adding more, and really says I'm joking. Okay, that's good. But it's great that we're adding a couple hundred more right now, but at the same time, like last year we went from 500 subscribers to 1,000 on June 1st, 2,000 on June 2nd, and we just kept adding like 1,000 every other day. And this year we have the goal of hitting 100,000 subscribers by the end of June. And I truly think we could do that, but right now it's not happening. We're not getting as near as many views as we got last June. We're not getting near as many subscribers as we got last June by the day so far here. So it's a great month so far compared to January through May of this year, but compared to this time last year, it's not comparable. Like I've had the feeling more than I should in these past 2 days of have I hit my cap of how many subscribers we're gonna get, you know? And I don't want that to be the case. because I want this to be my full-time job. I want to help and I want to educate on a full-time basis, you know? I don't want this to be something I do for fun anymore. I want this to be my only thing I have to worry about, you know? So there's a huge feeling in this knot in my stomach going, what if, like, these are all the subscribers that are accepting of LGBTQ education, you know? Like, I want to get out to more people, and I want to help as many people as possible. It's not about the money for me. I just want to help as many as I can, and it's like, YouTube isn't pushing us right now. YouTube isn't, it isn't doing what it did last year for us. And I genuinely don't know if that's because we did an episode earlier this year calling out YouTube for being discriminatory towards LGBTQ channels, including ours. Like, I made a video a couple months ago calling out YouTube, saying, how come you let hate groups put their ads before my videos? How come you let PragerU, Focus on the Family, 1 Million Moms, how come you let these horrible anti-LGBTQ groups, how come you let Donald Trump put their ads before my videos when you know this is an LGBTQ educational platform? How dare you do that to my channel? You know this is LGBTQ educational channel. You know we are LGBTQ positive because you've asked me to be a part of your collabs before, you know, for LGBTQ education. So you know I'm a professor of LGBTQ education, and yet you allowed Focus on the Family, PragerU, and 1 Million Moms, and these horrible anti-LGBTQ groups. You let them all advertise before my videos, so my students had to watch hate videos and propaganda before they got to the real educational information. And it's like, we called them out back, I think, in March or something like that, and all of a sudden this year they're not pushing my channel as much. That's weird, you know? So there's a lot of feelings behind the scenes right now that aren't necessarily good feelings. I still have hope that we can hit 100,000 subscribers. I still have hope that we can grow just as much as we did last year, but I'm not going to lie and say that this is an easy little process to go through for the first couple days. And it might just be, hey, it's a Tuesday and Wednesday so far. Like, we typically do better on the weekends with getting our content out there. So maybe it's just going to take until the weekend, you know? But hopefully it gets better. But there's a lot of things running around my head because there's a lot of financials also in the back of my head of like, hey, I just signed up to be on tour this year, which is going to cost thousands of dollars. I just signed up for at least another 70 some videos for the rest of the year. That all takes a lot of money to produce, and I have to produce it, you know? But like, what if the money's not there to produce it, you know? What if we don't get the revenue that we need in June that we need to make all that stuff, you know? If I can buy an ad before your videos, that's nice, Rebellious, thank you. But it's like, it's a lot. Chloe says, I've been getting Trevor Project ads on some of your videos, so that's amazing. But PragerU sucks. Yeah. That's awesome. Trevor Project does advertise on our channel. That's awesome to hear. And I know that State Farm does a bunch of, if you're in the United States, State Farm is an insurance company, and their main slogan is, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Before a lot of our videos this past month or so, prior to Pride Month, a lot of their advertisements on our channel specifically said, a good neighbor is a good neighbor is a good LGBTQ ally, you know? and they featured a bunch of allies and a bunch of LGBTQ people, and they're like, a good neighbor is a good ally, because that's what being a good neighbor means, is being an ally of the LGBTQ community. And I'm like, that's such a nice statement. That's such a nice ad. And they donate to LGBTQ charities. They do help in a lot of LGBTQ causes. So it's great to see that support. We love advertisers like them. But yeah, it's also like, you know, the ads are great before our videos now, because we blocked a bunch of hate groups. Like I said in the documentary, we blocked a bunch of hate groups from advertising on our channel, but we had to do that on our end. YouTube didn't automatically say, you know what, this channel is for LGBTQ education. Let's ban these other hate groups from advertising on that channel, you know? Not to mention the fact that YouTube is perfectly fine taking money from PragerU and Focus on the Family and all these other groups. They're perfectly fine with taking money from these hate groups of America. Why are you allowing hate groups to have ads at all on your platform? Why is that even a thing? You know, like, beyond the fact that they were advertising on our channel, let's put that aside for a moment. Why did you take money from them? Why did you allow them to have their videos on your platform at all? You know? But yeah, if you ever if you ever want to see their ad, you can always search for State Farm, like a good neighbor. A good neighbor is a good ally. You can just search YouTube for that. My video isn't matching up with the audio. What? Maybe just refresh the page or something. Because we're live streaming right now, so it's like, it's hard to. But anyway, so we'll have about 7 minutes left of this stream, by the way. I think we're going to call it quits at 3 hours. Because, again, we'll be streaming again June 12th at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 2 a.m. in the morning, where we're going to be live streaming. We'll be live streaming the Pulse Night of Remembrance, the third annual vigil for the 49, to remember the 49 victims of the June 12, 2016 mass shooting in America. It's the worst terroristic attack on U.S. soil for LGBTQ people. And so we'll be live streaming then. And I know it's weird, 2 o'clock in the morning, and we have a bunch of questions about that. 2 o'clock is when the shooter entered the Pulse nightclub, so we start our stream at 2 a.m. with a special song that we wrote for June 12th victims. I wrote a song specifically for the live stream here, and I'll be performing that first and then giving a big speech. And then we're going to have a candlelight vigil and showing you some interviews with victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting and the survivors. We're going to be showing you some interviews and then having a candlelight vigil. Really, the saddest part for me, because we already started making the graphics up for that already, because we have to work in advance a little bit for live streams. So we created the graphics for that stream, and it's weird because last year during the stream, we had a graphic on screen that said that we sort of go through these graphics during the candlelight vigil to show people that hate crimes in America and around the world are far from over. Like, June 12, 2016 was not the last hate crime that happened to LGBTQ people. Like, there are reasons why we need anti-discrimination laws. There's a reason why we need protections here in our country and around the world for LGBTQ people. There's a reason why we need laws. There's a reason why we need the education in our schools made mandatory, you know? Because these hate crimes are far from over, you know? So we put a bunch of graphics on the screen to showcase, like, here's the statistics of how many hate crimes have happened since then. Here's the stats on how many people really do get LGBTQ education out there. and that correlates heavily to how many hate crimes happen, right? Um, I got a puppy name suggestions. Shadow from my book. Someone literally got a puppy and they named it Shadow from my book so far, and I absolutely love that. So name your puppy Shadow, or name it Amante after me. I don't know. Or name it Troy, because I would love that name, Troy Sivan. Anyway, bye beans. So it's it's one of those things where last year we did the graphic of so far at June 12th in 2020, so far at that point in the year, 11 trans people or non-binary people were murdered by transphobic people. So at least 11 people. You can name a snake Shadow. Yeah, if the snake is black or gray or something, you know. But I feel like that's a fitting name for a gray or black snake. Anyway, at that point last year, June 12th, at least 11 trans people were murdered just for being trans or non-binary. And so this year we're doing the graphics, and I'm to be honest, we're using the same template from last year's candlelight vigil just to make it easier on ourselves, and so we use the same template, and I'm going through the graphic, and I'm like, all right, so what's the statistic this year so far, you know? Hopefully it's less than 11, you know? Hopefully no trans people were murdered this year so far, you know? And so we look up Human Rights Campaign, how many people, you know, and literally my jaw dropped to the floor when we saw that. So we had to literally this year for our graphics for that live stream, we had to replace that graphic from last year of at least 11 people, at least 11 trans and non-binary people were murdered in the year 2020 so far at June 12th, 2020. We had to replace that number for this year with 27. So this year so far in 2021, at least 27 trans or non-binary people have been murdered just for being trans or non-binary. And it's like, there was a genuine moment that I could not write that number in the graphics. I could not type 27 without crying, you know? So yeah, the graphics are ready for this year, but 2020 was terrible. So far, 2021 is worse. And then you ask yourself, okay, so what are our lawmakers doing about it, right? They're pushing forward anti-trans bills across the country. And it's like, thanks, lawmakers. Thanks for protecting American lives, you know? Thanks for recognizing more trans people have been murdered this year so far than all of last year combined. And now you're trying to push forward anti-trans legislation. Thanks, assholes. You know? And yes, that's 27 too many. You're completely right about that. Like, I know there's going to be some transphobic person out there that goes, well, it should be 27,000. Or there's going to be someone out there that goes like, oh, that's far too many. It should be like half that. No, it shouldn't be half that. It should be 0. It should be 0. Like, you shouldn't need a counter on how many people are murdered for being trans. You shouldn't need a counter for these things. So, anyway. It is 3 hours into the stream now. I'm sorry, Cammy. I don't mean to depress you. It's just, that's literally what we were doing the other day. We were doing the graphics for it, and I'm like, oh shit, you know? Like, I could not type that number in without crying. So, now everything's getting better because we're here. Now the graphics are done. Now we can move on to the broadcast, and now I get to rehearse my song all week this week, so that way I'm ready for the stream. And that way I don't really fuck up in the first minute of my broadcast. All of a sudden my voice just like cracks or something. I'm like, frick, Anyway. 2020 was horrible for me. I wanted to die, but Matt saved me. Oh, I'm glad I can be here. No, let's not hit 4 hours. No. You can stay here for another hour if you want, but I want to go to bed at some point. Well, I also want dinner at some point. That'd be great. It's 11 p.m. here. So, yeah, that is awful, Cammy. Let's see. What else is there to talk about? Anything else? I'm going to keep that sex as a part of life picture forever, Rebellious. And then at some point, one of my producers is going to be going through the inbox and just be like, what the hell? Why do you have a picture of that? And I'll be like, well, Rebellious sent it to me. So, yeah. Oh my god, 20 notifications. Oh my god. Okay, anyway. I have a lot. At the start of 2021, it was terrible, but now most of the problems that happened mostly had to do with family are over. Now I have a girlfriend, so 2021 is looking up for me. That's good. Fun fact, Matt. What's the fun fact? I like fun facts. Get ya din. Oh, dinner. Oh. Hope y'all save this stream and upload it. I had class, so I couldn't attend it. Different time zones. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month to you as well. We are going to save all of our live streams this month. We'll be back June 12th for the live stream for the Pulse Nightclub, and then we'll be back at some point with hopefully Becca on the stream to build the Lego set. So that's coming at some point. One time I sat down for 5 hours after your stream. Oh. Matt, send that to me, please. What am I sending you? I don't know. Oh, the Pride set? No, that's gonna, the Pride Lego set's gonna stay in the office on my desk up here. That way I have a little memento for the show. I like little pieces of the show being in my office. Have some kibbles. Yes. That, by the way, if you ever talk to a pup tribe member or a furry that's a puppy, you'll hear a lot of rather than saying, oh, let's go get some dinner to my boyfriend, if I have a boyfriend or something, I'll be like, hey, can we go get some kibbles? And he's like, what? And after a while he understands what I mean by it, and I'm just like, I mean breakfast, or I mean dinner, I'm just like, I'm hungry for kibbles, Whereas if I say I'm hungry for milk bones, then he's like, oh, okay, let's go to the bathroom really quick, or something like that. I'm a very unicorn person tonight. What can I say? I like kibbles. Matt taught me everything I know. Well, I didn't teach you how to write or get on the computer, so I didn't teach you that. I'm just a professor of rainbow economics, okay? I'm just a professor of the rainbow sciences. Also, I responded to a bunch of comments yesterday night at midnight, and a lot of people are like, wait, he actually responds to comments? I'm like, yes, as many as I can. I just don't always have time. I respond to no matter how popular our show gets, I will always try to respond to as many comments as possible. I always stay a little after the stream. Matt, nice to know I'm not the only one who's weird and very talkative at the start of Pride Month. Wait, are you still live? Yes, we're still live. Well, technically, this has been like 4 hours now because of the premiere. The premiere was an hour long of the documentary. I mean, oh, send me the drawing. You can just screenshot it from the stream here. I'm a professor of rainbowology. Wait. Wouldn't it be awesome to like enter a hospital and be like, "Hey, I'm a doctor of rainbowology," and they're like, "Do you mean radiology?" And I'm like, "No, rainbowology." It's much cooler. Rebellious. I am more asexual than you. Bow down to me. I'm not gonna bow down to you. Just no. We are equals. We're all equal. We're all equal here. I mean, I just happen to be the professor, but uh, I mean, I'm a very talkative person in general, but when I'm streaming, I'm the only one here. So like, you know. Oh, you were the one that called me king in the comments. And I denied I'm a king because I'm not a king. And I'm like, who are we talking about? Who's the king that responded? Like, I don't know. I don't know who you're talking. Maybe the King of England is actually on my channel and they're like, "Oh, hi." I've actually tried to call it a hospital and tried to apply as a rainbowologist. No. Well, okay, so the other day I was looking at comments and someone go to horny jail. Trust me, I wish I was put in jail. Not real jail. God damn it. Just they make cages for puppies. It'd be amazing. Anyway, wait to see. Y'all clip that out of the whole thing. Anyway, so I'm responding to comments the other day, and well, someone went to our the science of being transgender class on YouTube, and they commented of like, I came here expecting to hear from a doctor, and as soon as I clicked on the video, I realized it's some 13-year-old boy who just shaved for the first time, and I'm like, for calling me half my age, but secondly, like apparently I look that young when I shave. I don't know. That's a compliment to me. And then I'm like, secondly, I'm a professor. Like, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a professor. So like, I'm still I still have more experience and more education to share than most other people. Like, I have a huge team behind me that's a really good team, but like, someone tells me if you're commenting that, you're not the smartest person. Plus, they spelled half the words wrong in it. So it's like, yeah, no. I love watching your live streams and chatting with you and your comments. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. Go to your kennel. I don't have a kennel yet. Not yet. One day, whenever I get a boyfriend and we move in together, I'm gonna be like, no, we're getting a house with at least 2 bedrooms. No, sorry, we're getting a house with at least 3 bedrooms. That way I can have our bedroom our bedroom, my office, and studio, and then a third for my kennel. Okay. Beans, when you said you came out at 24, I thought you came out like a month ago. My coming out video publicly was posted on this channel in the beginning of season 1 of this show. A season for us, by the way, is an entire year. So February 5th to December 31st is a season of our show. So this is the 4th season of our show that we're in the middle of right now in June. So, you know, this channel has been here for 4 years, started by me, probably won't end with me because as soon as I die, it's going on to some LGBTQ charity. But yeah, so I came out. I'm 28 years old right now. I came out to a friend of mine first. 6 months later, who was bisexual, by the way. I came out to him first because he pretty much figured it out because I was flirting with another guy in front of him, and because I was finally like, okay, this guy's flirting back. It's okay to flirt, you know, and seeing if it was okay for me to be out a little bit and seeing if I really felt this way about a guy where I could flirt in public, you know. And my friend's like, yeah, so are you? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, I really don't care. I'm curious if you spent the night with him. I'm like, no, I didn't spend the night with him, but oh, he's really cute, you know. And so 6 months later, I came out to my family at Christmas, and then 6 months later, I got my first boyfriend for 3 months. Then, during that, I went to a Pride event, my first ever Pride event in June, where I was in Washington, D.C., and on the car ride home from that, I decided I need to make an LGBTQ educational platform. I need to make a YouTube channel like this. But then it took me another 4 or 5 months to actually get it up and running. So in like so that relationship ended at 3 months, and then I got another boyfriend for like 2 weeks, and then I got another boyfriend for 7 months. But that was in like October of that year. November, I start this channel up, and I upload my coming out video as my first ever video on this channel because I'm like, I don't feel like I can start this entire channel off with any other video besides my coming out video. It was supposed to be 10 episodes that year, and that was supposed to be it. I decided I'm going to budget to produce 10 episodes of the show, just coming out advice, what to expect after coming out, movies that are LGBTQ friendly, just random topics that I really wanted to produce to help as many kids out there as possible. And then after that 10 episodes was up, at the end of December of that year, I said to myself, that's going to be it. That's going to be the show. You know, it's 10 episodes and then goodbye, you know. After that point, this channel was supposed to turn into strictly a vlogging channel of if I had a boyfriend, we were going to make videos together like Nick Horton does, of like the chapstick challenge of tasting each other's chapstick and seeing if we can guess the flavor. Some stupid gay challenges and stupid like really fun challenges that I wanted to do with my boyfriend. And that was going to be the channel from that point forward. We were going to have educational videos on coming out and then move on to just being a fun little vlogging channel of here's my relationship. Here's videos that help me remember the best moments of my relationship with that person, you know? That was strictly going to be it. Then in January, it was never supposed to be a season 1, by the way. It was never supposed to be a seasonal show, you know, of like producing seasons at a time. It was supposed to be just 10 episodes, done. And then January, one of my family members said to me, hey, are you just doing this to get fame and fortune? Like, are you trying to be the next big face of gay? And I'm like, no, I'm just trying to help as many kids out there as possible. Secondly, I'm not being famous on this. Do you see my subscriber count? It's like 20 or 30 at this point. Like, I haven't gotten famous by this. I'm not going to, and I haven't gotten rich because YouTube doesn't pay me anything yet. I have 20 subscribers, like, what the hell, and I'm like, I don't even have any merch yet, like, I'm not gonna have merch, like, whatever. And so I decided to make an op-ed video saying, here's my standards, here's my morals. I'm not in this for the money, I'm not in this for the fame. I want people to know that. And I literally, it's called Op-Ed, the Next Big Face of Gay. It's the first video of season 2 of our channel. And I said, you know what? I don't want to be famous from this. I don't want to get rich off this. I don't, like, I skip ahead a couple of years. Now I'm like, hey, I want enough to live on because this channel is taking 50 hours of my week every week. But, like, years ago, I'm like, I don't want to get rich off this. I think that's obvious, Why do you think I want to be famous off this? Why do you think that's my motivation in doing this channel? Like, did I not start this channel with coming out videos trying to help people? Did I not do the right moves to show you that I'm trying to help kids out there, And so then in that conversation with my family member, they're like, you know what, I'm also very confused on the pride flags because you have so many flags, I don't know what they all mean. And I'm like, well, that might not be a bad topic for a video. So I decide I'm going to record this little op-ed video to show that this is the morals I have, this is the standards I have for what I want this channel to be, showing people I'm not in this for the fame or the money. I don't want that, but if he's the face, who's the butt? Oh my god, you guys are horrible. Anyway, I feel like who's the butt of the founder of Focus on the Family, James Dobson. That's who's the ass. Anyway, so I'm like, I'll make a little video showcasing the different pride flags and what they mean, because that sounds like a fun thing that might be educational too, when I was recording that video, I had no idea it was going to get 750,000 views, and the main reason why we have so many subscribers now, I had no clue. But here's the thing, back when I produced that video, it was the last video I produced for like 4 or 5 months, because I went back to making videos for my company, I went back to filming musicals, graduations, sporting events, I went back to doing all this other stuff, and I was like, well, the vlogging channel that I have, I don't need to make content for right now because I don't have a boyfriend. That's all that channel's going to be in the future, because I broke up with my third boyfriend at that point in April, and I'm like, well, I'm too busy with my own work to even concentrate on that channel right now, and I don't have any content to make for that channel, Then I believe it was June or July, I decided to start making videos again for the channel, and I again wasn't thinking it was going to be a big thing, and I'm like, let me just start making more videos and cover the news of the community, Then we tried to get an Equality Act of the county that we're in, and that failed. But we kept trying to make a meaningful change, and we kept trying to educate people. And then at the end of that year, I decided, you know what? Maybe this can be a thing. Maybe I can make this more of a show. And so here's the thing. The rest of season 2 only happened. My biggest episode yet has only happened because someone said to me, and said to me that all I wanted was fame and fortune. That only happened because someone challenged me. It wasn't a homophobic person, but it only happened because someone challenged me. The end of season 2, again, it was not called season 2 yet, It was just more episodes at that point. We had no idea there was going to be a season 3 at all, We had no idea it was going to be a season. The title season didn't come in until season 3. We're like, all right, yeah, this is the 3rd year we're doing this. Now we'll call call it season 3, and break it up like that. Anyway, so around November of 2019, I put out a statement on my Facebook page, and I'm like, hey, so here are the 30 some ideas for episodes that I'm going to be producing by the end of the year this year in November. I'm like, there's going to be 30 more episodes of my show for the remainder of 2019. So if you're interested in any of these topics, tune in to this specific date, Okay. Well, one of those 30 was a topic idea called My Gay Uncle. That was supposed to be the title of the episode. That was all, right? All of a sudden, I get a text message from my mother, who I haven't spoken to in years and years and years because she was horribly abusive and just a horrible woman that never wanted kids, and wanted both of her kids to commit suicide. And so she contacts me out of the blue, and yeah, you have to understand, I blocked her on all social media. She has no way to access my Facebook page, my Twitter, anything, or even see YouTube from me. Like, there's no way she can see it. She created a fake account in order to see my Facebook and see this post. So, and again, it's a list of 30 some topic ideas on like an Excel sheet that she had to read through manually to find the one in the middle of it that said, My Gay Uncle, right? And I'm like, you have to be reading every single post I post all the time in order to find that, because it's not like you just came across that one post and found it one day. No, you were stalking me, which was pretty bad, So, anyway, so she ends up saying to me, by the way, I don't care if you talk about yourself being gay on the internet, but you cannot talk about your uncle. And I'm like, first off, your brother is not the only uncle I have, but okay, So she had no idea it was about her brother, right? And she's like, you cannot produce this episode. And I'm like, what? Why are you trying to control what I do on my show? And she goes, if you produce this episode about your uncle, I'm going to sue you for slander. And I'm like, what? Why? Saying that my uncle was gay is 100% truthful, because my grandmother, my dad, my sister, everyone who's ever known this man, he's come out of the closet to them as gay. Everyone knows that he's gay. My grandmother told me how many stories of him being gay in all these relationships in his life, going to all these gay cities trying to hide from the police. I've literally heard all these stories all my life. You can't tell me that he's not gay, And my channel, it's LGBTQ positivity, so it's not like I'm going to get on camera and say that my uncle being gay was a bad thing. I'm never going to say that. Why would I say that, Why would I suddenly change my entire dynamic of the channel of gay positivity to go, well, being gay is perfectly fine, but my uncle being that way is not? Like, why would I say that, So anyway, she challenges me. And so immediately I'm like, you know what? Fine. We won't produce that episode. But if you notice, the end of season 2 of the show does not have an episode with that title. But you'll also notice the first episode of season 3 has an entire documentary. So literally, my mom challenging me on this thing caused me to say, you know what? I'm going to take an extra month. I'm going to take January, my month off from the show, and I'm going to script out an entire documentary. Rather than this just being a normal episode talking about my uncle for 10 to 15 minutes, nope, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to make a full-on 28-minute long documentary about it just to screw her. I'm like, you know what? You don't get to control my content on my channel. And so what we ended up doing with that was I ended up talking to an LGBTQ lawyer who deals with LGBTQ topics all the time, and I ended up saying to her, hey, here's the situation. My mom is trying to control my show, and here's all the stories that I was told as a kid of my uncle, and I want to tell those stories on my show, and I have every right to do that. It's freedom of speech, you know? But here's the threat that came from my mom, right? And I ended up sending her the script for what I was going to say, and I said to her, look it over before I record this script to make sure I'm legally covered to do this. She ended up getting back to me right away, and she's like, hey, you're more than legally covered here with the way you worded it, because here's the thing. Unless my mom had proof that my grandmother never told me any of these stories, that any of my other family members never told me any of these stories about my uncle being gay, unless she can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that I've never had any of these conversations all my life, what I was saying on my documentary was truthful, and it is truthful, you know? But so I talk all this over with the lawyer, and I'm like, so this episode, this documentary, ends up coming out in February, but at this point, we don't have any ad revenue from our show. We don't have any merchandise on the show yet, and I ended up pleading with the lawyer, and I'm like, hey, can you please just, like, help me for free here with some advice, you know? And she's like, yeah, you know, like, I'll look it over for you. I'll help you out, you know? And I'm like, oh my God, you're so nice. It's so amazing of you to do for free, you know, like, thanks for helping me, you know, because, like, I don't know if that documentary would have came out without some legal advice, you know, but that's the thing. I'm like, so I take suggestions from the audience, and I take suggestions from you guys and be like, yeah, that's a great topic idea that we should cover, definitely. And then I'm like, but at the same time, anytime someone says, no, you're not allowed to make that episode, just know that it makes me work 10 times harder to make that episode. It makes me work 10 times harder to make that episode a much bigger thing than what it was supposed to be in the first place, you know? Because, like, with that episode, it was like, it was going to be just a generic episode. It was going to fall into the and be embedded into season 2. No one would have probably watched it too much. And it's like, now that's a full-on documentary, and now it's included in multiple playlists on our channel, and now it has, if I can see it here, now it has 2,100 views. So it's like, yeah, maybe Mom, next time you should just, like, be quiet. Or maybe next time you try to control my content, just shut up, and it would have been fine. So, yeah. But that's the thing. Again, I was challenged on the show, and so I ended up making a much bigger episode out of it. And that, again, it was supposed to be like, hey, season 2 is over now. We covered a lot of topics. From now on, we're just going to be a news channel. From now on, we're just going to cover LGBTQ news. And from now on, it's going to be a vlogging channel and a news channel. We're not going to cover hugely, highly researched episodes. We're not going to dive deep into anything really too much, you know, because I kind of want to just play it safe. And I kind of wanted to just have fun on the channel, you know. That was supposed to be the end of season 2, and from then on, it was supposed to be a fun channel, you know. But then my mom challenged me, and she's like, "You can't produce this episode because I'll whatever." And then I'm like, "No, now I'm gonna produce it as a documentary." And now there's a whole season 3 of of highly researched deep dives on topics, and season 3 is all because my mom challenged me at the end of season 2 there. So yet again, because one person challenges me on something, I decide, nope, no one can control that. Like, nope, now we're going to have a whole other season just because you said that. Thanks, you know? And so season 3 goes on in 2020. First couple months goes pretty well. And then it hits June, and we get a Google sponsorship. And they're like, yeah, we want to push your channel a lot. We want to help you out. We want to spotlight you on our Spotlight channel, and we want to get you a ton more subscribers and a ton more views. We really want to help you. We want you to collab with all these other LGBTQ creators. We want to buy you and your entire crew dinner one night in June, and just massive help there. And then by the time July hits, we have 10,000 subscribers, and we're like, how the hell did this happen? You know? No, I think it was. It was 10,000 subscribers by the end of June. So we were like, what the hell is going on? All of a sudden now we have ad revenue. Now we have, all of a sudden now we have merchandise, and now it's like, okay, this could be somewhat of a thing we do with an entire team of people, you know? And so it goes to show you, every time this channel has been challenged, we just ended up coming back with and surpassing that challenge in the most lovable way possible. Because there's no point in hating my mom at this point. You know, it's just like, nope, we're just going to spread love in the face of hatred. But I still feel like I would drive the boat away. But when it comes to videos, I'll just love in the face of hatred. You need to go get your kibbles. I know. It's been 3.5 hours now. Well, 4.5 hours now I've been sitting here. So, with the premiere. So I hope you all enjoyed the premiere of the documentary. I hope you can go to bornperfect.org. That's BON. I was about to say bone perfect because you're reminding me of the puppy thing, and now I'm hungry for bones. Anyway, no, I'm sure their corporate officers are gonna be like watching this entire thing and be like, "What did you just say? What did you just say about our entire organization? Bone perfect?" Someone needs to create boneperfect.org now. Okay. Oh my god, you know what? All of our puppy tribe merchandise can be on boneperfect.org. That'd be amazing. I should buy that domain just for all of our pup merch. Oh my god. Anyway. So yes, if you want to get involved with ending conversion therapy once and for all, and want to support the amazing work that they do, then go to bornperfect.org. That is BORN perfect.org, and support their amazing work. Sign all of their petitions, and get involved with making sure that conversion therapy in all forms is banned worldwide. That's what they're there for, and and they also try to help survivors of conversion therapy with actual therapy, trying to overcome it, and they try to help all of the survivors with some support groups and stuff like that. So they do amazing work over there at bornperfect.org. Also, if you want more information on anything talked about in the documentary, then check out our website at prideclassroom.com or paequality.org. .org. That's P. No, sorry, not. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind tonight. PAEquality.com. Check out those websites, and they will be talking about all of that. I missed the stream because I just got off work. Well, then start it from the very beginning, or watch the premiere of the documentary. By the end of the documentary, this entire thing should be posted on YouTube, so you can watch the whole thing. But yeah, it has been an awesome night. I really, really hope you enjoyed the entire documentary. I really hope that you learned a lot from it. I know I learned a lot from making the documentary. It was a difficult process, I'll admit. Very sad process to make it, but it needed to be made. It needed to be said, and so I'm glad we can be the LGBTQ Education Network to have it, and to host that conversation, to end conversion therapy once and for all. As I said in the documentary, 700,000 LGBTQ people have underwent this torture at this point in America. That's not including the rest of the world. That's just America. And, you know, there's, 54,000 adults and 20,000 kids at risk every year for conversion therapy. We need to put a stop to this right now. And so I'm so happy that we, you know what? We haven't gotten any super chats tonight, which makes me actually really depressed because I was really hoping somehow the documentary was paid for. I'm really hoping that the merchandise sales from the Stealing Souls t-shirt help with the cost of making this documentary. Because holy shit, it was expensive. Anyway, you have no idea how expensive it is to travel to, like, conversion therapy camps. One conversion therapy place. And you have no idea how difficult this was and expensive to make. So, as a last call, super chats are available tonight. Just saying. Also, you know what? Even if you can't do a super chat, just please join. Hit the join button down below next to the subscribe button. Become a Pride student member. You get behind the scenes access. You get to see the bloopers from this documentary. I messed up a lot making this documentary. And in the scripting process, we put all the bloopers together, and I will we put all the bloopers together, and you can see all of the bloopers right now available if you hit the join button down below as a Pride student member. So just join, go to our community tab, and you can see that. Rebellious Pastry, you're already a member of our channel. You're already a team member. Okay. Rough. It's been a rough day, okay? You know what? If there's ever an edit that I get to say this for, if there's ever a film that I get to say this for, it was really rough making this film, okay? It was a really rough time trying to get through it, okay? Oh, well. Yes, puppy ears. Y'all get very excited at the puppy ears. I'm really happy about that. I'm really happy that you accept me as a furry, and you accept me as a gay demisexual, and you accept me in general. And I'm really happy that you're here trying to learn more LGBTQ education, and I'm really happy that you're here just having a conversation with me. I know it's kind of like it's kind of like the best conversation in the world because it's a really one-way conversation that I get to talk way more than you. That's the best kind of conversation, right? No, no, you cannot die now. You cannot die happy now. You can be happy, but you cannot die. Oh, pet's puppy, Matt. Oh, thank you. Furries are cool, but I'm not one. That's okay. It's okay not to be a furry. It's okay not to be gay as long as you accept gay people. It's okay not to be a furry as long as you accept the furries. So on and so forth. That goes for all of them. But, like, it's okay not to be straight as long as you, I guess, accept them. Check your DMs, puppy, after you have your kibbles. DMs. DMs on Facebook? Twitter? YouTube? I don't have DMs on YouTube, do I? Is that a thing? Matt, I have a question. All right, one more question. I didn't know DMs on YouTube was a thing. I'm learning new stuff every day. Okay, anyway. Oh, Discord. Okay. Oh. Luna, you're... Oh. Okay. I understand now. It's difficult when you have different names across different platforms. Okay. It's difficult when you have different names across different platforms. I'm sorry. But Beans, what's your question? One more question. One more Beans question. Beans. If you ever seen The Office, Beans. No. Okay. One more question, Beans. One more question. One more time. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate. 888. It was Luna the Night Guard before. Oh. Okay. Well, just prove me wrong. It's fine. Whatever. A blue wrench. What? What? How do I become a blue wrench? Good question. I can make anyone I want. I can make anyone a wrench that I want, but see, last night, how do you become one? Last night during the stream, we had a bunch of hackers, and so I made a whole bunch of people wrenches just for the time being, and then right after the stream was over, when we got rid of all the hackers, we got rid of all the wrenches right away because I'm like, I only need you to help me in that moment. But yeah, if you're here for a couple streams, I might make certain people wrenches, depends. But typically wrenches are over 18. They are extremely LGBTQ friendly. I really don't know how I choose wrenches. I should have a process by now. That's what I do need to come up with desperately. I need to come up with a process for like how you become a wrench and how you apply. I do need to come up with that process because there should be a process by now at this point with 27,000 subscribers. So I'll work on that and get back to you. With Rebellious Pastry, I trust them because I'm a wrench on their channel. So a wrench basically just moderates comments during live streams. And Rebellious has been here for a long, long time. And so I'm like, yeah, like I trust them. They help moderate comments and stuff, That's all they do. That's really the only power they have. So it's not like you can delete my channel or something. But I know, Luna. You've been here every stream. Wait, what happened? Oh, we got hacked. A bunch of anti-LGBTQ hate groups thought that they can hack us during our live stream and be like, no, we're going to hate on them during the first live stream of Pride Month because they're dicks. Yeah. But yeah, typically like our moderators are here for a long, long time, and and I can look up any subscriber and see how long they've been a subscriber. So typically, if I create a wrench, and if I make someone a wrench, I'll just be like, all right, I'll quickly search their name in our database, and it's like, yeah, this person has been a subscriber since like season 2 or 3 or something like that. I'm like, yeah, okay, they've been here long enough. But Luna is awesome too, and you're awesome. Just because you're new here and you got here yesterday doesn't mean you're not awesome. That you're just awesome and you're just new here. That's all. But we do appreciate you being here still. So, Luna, how long have you been here? I could look it up. I'm lazy, okay? Oh my god. Hold on. I'll look it up. Luna the Night God. How long have you been here? Holy shit. We have a lot of... That's the thing. At the end of my night, I still have to go through all the comments from today and delete all the homophobic shit. I like this. Being LGBTQ is a choice. Oh yeah, right. I chose to be illegal in 73 countries. That's actually not a bad observation. Who? Community. Here we go. Wait, where am I? Oh, I had to go back to subscribers. Okay, hold on. Hold on. To what we got doesn't make a difference if we like it or not. Hold on. Hold on to what we got. Doesn't make a difference. I forget how you do it. I used to be able to see all the subscribers. Advanced mode. That is not it. Anyway, I'll message you with it. I was here when Matt asked what the hell is a wrench. Yep. That's true. Yeah, not everyone's going to get a wrench, by the way. It's only certain people. Yeah, no, not everyone's going to be... I want to help keep this chat a safe, positive place. What do you think of pastors preaching at pride parades? If they're LGBTQ friendly, sure. But not everyone is. Like I said, there's a ministry that I just got done helping them build a website, because I'm also a web designer. But my company does a lot. So I just helped them build a website for their ministry, and they ended up, like, she's a lesbian, she has a wife, and their whole ministry helps LGBTQ couples get married, and they're the only certified ministry in the area that helps LGBTQ couples. So I was like, hells yeah, I want to help you make a website, you know? So it depends on who the pastor is. Oh, you just always wonder what they do. Okay, yeah. Anyway, Matt, we're going to end live in a minute. Also, Matt answers 1 million questions because he's amazing. Well, I love y'all, and you know, I don't want to just like stop a stream if y'all have questions. This is a conversation. You don't just walk off in the middle of the conversation at your at dinner or something. You don't just do that. So yeah. Matthias B. Welcome to Rainbow Egghead. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Matthias. That's awesome. Thank you so much. You have no idea how much that means. Your support is amazing. I freaking love members. Also, members. Another thing is members. So it doesn't matter if you're at what level you're a member of our Patreon or YouTube here. Members' names get listed at the end of every video of the following month. So Matthias, because you became a member of our channel, you'll see your name listed on the end credits of every single video next month in July. So look forward to that. The only ones we don't list members at the end of on the credits is live streams, because we don't have any way to do those graphics. But yes, we will be adding your name as a member of all of July's videos. So look forward to that. That is at whatever level. So even if you become a member for $1 a month, your name is listed at the end of all those videos. If you become a member at $5 a month, which is our Rainbow, our Pride student level, then you get access to all the behind the scenes and bloopers and outtakes from all the episodes. So that's the Pride students and above. But for Rainbow Eggheads, you get exclusive access to see what episodes are coming up soon, and you also get to see like your name at the end credits. And also during any live stream, when you comment or any comment you give on our channel, you'll see a little badge next to your name no matter where you comment. So look for that. Anyway, some puppy needs his kibble. Yes, I know. About 10 more minutes and it's 4 hours. This is so fun. I know. Matthias B. No problems, Matt. I have a comment though. My name is said. What? Hold on, wait. No problems, Matt. I have a comment though. My name is said. I'm so sorry. My name is said Matthias, not like you said Matthias. Okay. It's like Matthias, right? Yes. No. Well, it's like getting late. Oh, okay. Good night, Caden. Speaking of dinner, right? Now am I right? I want to get the members' names right, okay? If there's one thing I shouldn't fuck up, it's the members' names, okay? Because y'all are like literally paying for the show to be made, okay? Oh, man. Okay. Wait, okay. Hold on. We will get to the... Hold on. We're going to thank everybody before our stream is over, which will probably end up literally taking the rest of the 10 minutes for y'all. Because y'all wanted Matt T, just like saying the letter T, us. Matthias. Okay. There we go. Because I don't want to end any stream without thanking all of our beautiful people members. Paula Johnson, Paula Johnson Chambers, Paige Narst, Richard Smith, who's also a producer, Jay Grandis, Justin Denny, Musical Moon. What? Vladimir Pacheco, Juan Carlos V, John Staggs, and Matthias B. Thank you for becoming members of our channel. Thank you so much for helping support our LGBTQ education in the future. As always, I am your host, Professor Proud. Becca also says hi, by the way, because she's like commenting right now. What? Explain what? You literally like that, but what? Huh? What am I explaining? What am I explaining? Anyway. Oh, what? Is it seriously? That'd be hilarious. Wait, so Matthias says Stealing Souls trailer is at 666 views. Is it seriously? That would be hilarious. That would be so freaking hilarious. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have to see this for myself. Oh my god, it is. Well, I mean that's kind of fitting because all the conversion therapy uh, therapists are going to hell anyway. So. Oh my god. Oh, that's too good. Thank you for pointing that. That's a good. Thank you for pointing that out. That's too good. Uh, uh, I mean, okay, so okay, and another little tidbit of information for the last 3 minutes here. Um, like I covered it 2 nights ago, but our gay sex education class just happened to be the 69th episode of our show so far this year, and that aired in April. But it was really funny because my producers at the table and were like, "Wait, so you mean to tell me our sex ed class is literally going to be 69?" And in the episode, we talk about 69ing because it's a topic you talk about in gay sex ed class, and so that was what? Yeah, it didn't take me an hour to say all the names. We only have like what 20 members. Okay, we don't make we don't make millions. Okay, at least I hope not. That'd be weird. I mean, if we did bring in millions of dollars a year, I'm just saying. Two, three, four. Okay, we only have like 10 members. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, you also get to use the special emojis, by the way. I forgot to mention that. So you get a badge next to your name as a member, but you also get to use the special emojis on YouTube with the rainbow battery, the dual pride flags, the puppy of shadow, and rainbow egghead special emojis. Whenever you're typing something in any of the comments, you get to use special emojis. So, just in case you didn't know that. Um, so yeah, that's our 69th episode of season 4 here, and then we also have now 666 views on our conversion therapy doc trailer. That's awesome. That made my day actually. Matt, I don't think you're gonna get kibbles at this rate. Well, I mean, 15 more seconds, we make it to 4 hours. So I remember thinking the sex ed class was an April Fool's joke because you showed a pic of you editing it on April 1st. Did I? Oh, okay. That might have been a thing. You're right. It wasn't a joke though. I was just literally editing that on April 1st. Then yeah. I really don't think about April Fools at all. I don't. I just like it. I skip that holiday. It's not an LGBTQ holiday, so I don't think about it. Put it this way: when you have 259 LGBTQ holidays in your head all the time, trying to come up with episode ideas to match those holidays, and then you also have 94 pride flags, 150 color combinations of the handkerchief code. All of that's in my brain, taking up way too much space in there. And not to mention, there is probably more than half of my brain that's taken up by my absolute love for dick, so, and men, and half of it taken up by, like, absolute love for a hot, cute guy and Troye Sivan, kind of, like that. There's way too many guys in my brain at one time, so way too much gay shit in here. So There's hardly any room left to go like, oh yeah, let's think about it being April 1st on April Fools. Let's play hide the end stream button from Matt game. No. How about the hoodie pocket? No. Let's play go get Matt's new book. No. Let's go get kibbles. You want to know the funny part? You don't know the funny part? What's for dinner tonight? Hot dogs. I'm like, yeah, too much of my brain is taken up by gay stuff, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm going to eat hot dogs. Totally not weird, right? What? A puppy's got to get his meat somehow. Yes, I will ask Siri one thing. I will ask Siri one thing, and then we're ending the stream. What am I asking Siri? Sorry, it takes a couple seconds for it to process. Get through the whole thing. What am I asking Siri? 0. Okay. This isn't gonna like call the freaking cops, is it? Because I've had that prank on me before. 0 divided by 0.
Imagine that you have 0 cookies, and you split them evenly among 0 friends. How many cookies does each person get? See? It doesn't make sense. And Cookie Monster is sad that there are no cookies. And your friends are sad because they don't exist. Oh wow, this escalated quickly.
What? That's good, thank you. I mean, they are hot dogs. So yeah, I do like hot dogs. Oh my god. Anytime you have a chance to go to a furry convention or like a pup mosh at any pride event you go to this summer, like look for the mosh of puppies and just like they're really hot. They're like really, really, really hot. And be like, oh, hot dogs. You're right. I can't think of hot dogs innocently on this channel. No, neither can I. Gay agenda. The Republicans are scaring people about be gay, be happy at the end. Well, I mean, being gay is being happy. That's literally what it means. So, but Republicans and Democrats alike are anti-LGBTQ. It's not just Republicans. So, a lot of people think it's just Republicans. It's mostly Republicans, but even some Democrats this year are like, no, we're going to be dicks. And not even in a good way. It's weird. So Matt, want me to send some puppies? Yes. Would love some puppies. Either a pup that I could be owned by, that's an alpha pup, or send me actual puppies. That'd be great. Anyway, thank you all for joining us tonight. Thank you all for being here. And thank you to our members, especially our new member, Matthias B. I hope I got it right. Especially to our new member there. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for watching our new documentary, Stealing Souls, out now in theaters everywhere. YouTube. So thank you all. And have a great night. We will see you back here on Friday morning at 6 a.m. We have a brand new episode coming out. You know what? Do you want to know what it is? Do you want to know what new episode is? Friday. We have... What do we have coming out Friday? I actually forget myself. That's the sad part. Friday morning, 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have 22 tips to make friends at your first ever Pride event. 20 tips to make friends at your first ever Pride event, coming out Monday morning, 6 a.m. You can watch it any time of the weekend, though. Like I said yesterday night when we had the other stream going on, we have been holding back the biggest and best episode topic ideas for since last June. So about a year now, we've been holding back. So we are going to be hitting this month hard with 3 episodes a week. Tonight was the first official episode of the whole month, Stealing Souls documentary. You'll be in a plane at Friday at 6 a.m. You'll be in a plane. Are you coming to Pennsylvania? I want to say hi. Good night. Nailed my name. Awesome. What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? You bang him. What? Sorry. I know that was rebellious, and I know that's not a joke for you. I'm sorry. You push him off the boat because he's drunk. That's the answer for you. For the rest of the world, and well, for me, for you, the answer is push him off the boat. For me, the answer is you play with his. Anyway, so so I hope you all have a great night. See you back here Friday. New episode. And then after that, Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday of... No, I'm wrong. Monday, Wednesday of next week, we have new episodes. And then Saturday is the 12th. So we won't have an episode next Friday at the 11th. We'll have a new episode on Saturday. For Saturday, it's 2 a.m. in the morning. 2 a.m. I have to play music. I'm just saying. It's a little crazy, but you know what? So am I. So we'll go with it. Anyway. Don't forget to like this video. Smash that like button. Smash that like button. Comment down below your LGBTQ friendly thoughts. Hit that rainbow subscribe button so you don't miss out on new episodes of the show. I see the squirrel. I know there's a squirrel there. I'm distracted by squirrels. I love squirrels. Smash the like button. Comment down below your LGBTQ friendly thoughts. Hit that rainbow subscribe button so you don't miss out on new episodes of the show. I'm trying to do this way too fast. Hit the rainbow subscribe button so you don't miss out on new episodes of the show. At this point, I think you're subscribed. I mean, you've been watching for 4 hours. If you're not subscribed, I mean, what are you watching for? And share this video with others. As always, I'm your host, Professor Pride. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a gay day, everyone. Let's end conversion therapy once and for all together, all for one for all. Bye for now. And I think it lagged right at the wrong moment. I think it lagged. I think it seriously just lagged on me. Did it just lag on me? Are you seriously lagging on me in the last moment of the whole stream? The puppy's brain is tiny. How dare you, rebellious? My brain is not tiny. You know what? We're going to do that outro again because it was lagging. We're going to do that outro again because it was laggy. Anyway. Smash the like button. Oh, no, it's going now. Why is it going? This is going to be a very awkward ending if you can see this right now. Anyway. Oh well. The puppy's brain is tiny. I will forever remember that, rebellious. Forever. How dare you? Bye for now. Let's see. What can I go to?
You asked for my heart, you left it alone. I'm giving it all. piece you stole. Everything you wanted from me. Take my heart and soul. 'Cause if you want it, you got it. You asked for my heart, you left it alone. I'm giving it all, but you wanted more. Every piece you stole.